region, but also implements it in relation to all interested states, and it doesn't look for a coincidence of interest, but conducts effective joint work with its partners in the interest of general well-being. At the same time, Turkmenistan attaches great importance to the role of the headquarters of the United Nations, the Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia, opened in Ashgabat in 2007, in strengthening peace, security, and dialogue throughout the world. The President of Turkmenistan, Respect Serdar Berdimuhamedov, in his speech at the 78th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations, proposed to begin discussing the possibility of developing a strategy for global security, which is based on the principles of the Charter of the United Nations and generally recognized norms of the international law. The respected President also voiced the initiative to create, under the auspices of the United Nations, a format of meeting on security in Central Asia and its adjacent zones. The resolution initiated by Turkmenistan to declare 2025 the International Year of Peace and Confidence, and unanimously adopted by the United Nations General Assembly at its 63rd plenary meeting of the 78th session, was another vivid evidence of the international community's support for Turkmenistan's peace-loving policy. We believe that this initiative will be important in ensuring peace, security, and sustainable development throughout the world. Dear colleagues, Turkmenistan takes a responsible approach in achieving the sustainable development goals, strengthening security throughout the world, and cooperates closely in this direction with the states of the world and authoritative international organizations. Jointly implemented projects, on the one hand, contribute to strengthening the peace and security in the political system and the development of preventive diplomacy and countering modern challenges and threats. On the other hand, they have a positive impact on the development of trade and economic cooperation, strengthening environmental security, joining force in jointly solving pressing problems related to climate change. In this context, Turkmenistan, under the leadership of the esteemed President, is carrying out positive activities to ensure environmental well-being in the region and the world. Our country is currently working to protect the environment through green energy, the usage of renewable energy sources, which form the base of the overall agenda and sustainable development goals. In order to strengthen the legal base for activities carried out in this direction, the Mejlis of Turkmenistan adopted the laws of Turkmenistan on environmental audit and on renewable energy sources. These measures contribute to the development of the economy of our country, improving the social status of the population, as well as developing the level of industrialization in accordance with the modern requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, as noted, parliaments have a vast role in supporting interstate relations at the level of parliamentarians, deepening the expanding knowledge in the field of peace, security, and the rule of law. In the interest of peace and security, the creation by the initiative of Turkmenistan group of Friends of Neutrality under the auspices of the United Nations is important for the effective usage of the principles of neutrality in resolving international issues and developing dialogue as a guarantee of peace. On February 15th of this year, we held the first meeting of the heads of parliaments of the member countries of the Group of Friends of Neutrality under the motto, "The Role of Parliamentary Cooperation in Strengthening Peace and Dialogue." Leaders and representatives of authoritarian international organizations and parliaments of member countries of Group of Friends of Neutrality and Inter-Parliamentary Union took part in this meeting. Our goal is to continue equal dialogue in the future and create influential platforms for strengthening cooperation with the parliaments of the world on issues of global development. During 2024, we're planning to hold a regional conference on Central Asia in Ashgabat, together with the Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. These events open up new opportunities for strengthening peace and trust between countries, improving established relations of friendship and cooperation, and uniting the efforts of parliaments in this direction. Dear participants of this meeting, ladies and gentlemen, taking this opportunity, I wish all participants of the Assembly good health, family well-being, success in responsible and noble activities in the name of ensuring world peace and sustainable development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Turkmenistan. I now call Thailand. Thank you. The representative of Thailand, I remind you that your time is 6 minutes.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, my esteemed colleagues, today we meet at a time of multiple global challenges, including geopolitical tensions, humanitarian crisis in many regions, and declining sustainability of our planet. The IPU was founded almost 135 years ago in the quest for peace. And now more than ever, the world needs parliamentary diplomacy as a vital part of the solutions to complement and support the government's undertaking. Thailand has always pursued parliamentary diplomacy, and now it is time to strengthen this role given the current state of global affairs. Throughout 77 years of our membership in the United Nations, Thailand has consistently played in a proactive and constructive role, adhering to our international obligations, abiding by international law, and respecting the principles of the UN Charter. I am also proud that, building on 74 years of our past track record in the IPU, the Thai Parliament has been a responsible and reliable member. The Parliament of Thailand has been reaching out to friends and partners all around the world to forge closer ties for cooperation through parliamentary diplomacy on the bilateral front, high-level exchange of visits of parliamentary delegations between Thailand and many countries. Parliamentary friendship groups have also been productively engaging through parliamentary dialogue with their counterparts. Apart from that, many bilateral MOUs have been signed in goodwill between the Thai Parliament and our friends from across the world to strengthen partnership and understanding. Before the IPU, Thailand continues to put a lot of faith in the multilateral system, especially the regional body, namely IPA, which works hand in hand with ASEAN to maintain its important role in consolidating peace and stability in the region, while tackling new challenges ranging from peace endeavors for Myanmar to transboundary haze pollution and marine debris. With regard to global governance, the IPU's lead in promoting more meaningful involvement of national parliaments in the UN process to address contemporary global crises, both natural and man-made. We also welcome closer partnership between the IPU and other regional organizations as a critical building block for more effective multilateralism. Madam President, I wish to emphasize the need for the international community to restore trust and confidence in the multilateral system and work closely on the issues of mutual interest, which includes providing humanitarian assistance to countries in need and the promotion of human rights for all. To this end, the Parliament of Thailand expresses its full support to our candidate for the UN Human Rights Council membership for the term 2025 to 2027. This reaffirms our sincere commitment to addressing pressing human rights challenges to our time. On this note, I am delighted to announce that Thailand was co-host a regional conference on global health security for the Asia-Pacific region in collaboration with the IPU during this coming November in Bangkok. We do hope that this regional event will not only be a great opportunity to showcase Thailand's resilient healthcare system, but also to mobilize parliamentary cooperation to strengthen regional health architecture in the post-COVID world. To conclude, the National Assembly of Thailand remains steadfast in giving our full support to enhance the IPU's role as a platform for leveraging parliamentary diplomacy. To promote global peace and prosperity, we must redouble our efforts to ensure that the IPU continues to be the best representation of our global parliamentary community and solidarity. Thailand stands ready to do its part to further strengthening the multilateral system and cooperation under the framework of the IPU with all stakeholders. Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Thailand, for your contribution. And keeping to time, I call the representative for Uzbekistan.
Madam President, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, the delegation of Uzbekistan shares the words of condolences expressed to the Russian Federation on numerous victims of the recent terrorist attack. Dear colleagues, undoubtedly, in the modern, rapidly changing and unpredictable international environment and amid lack of mutual understanding in the interstate relations, the role and relevance of parliaments worldwide are increasing. Addressing at the 78th session of the UN, and in this regard, we would like to cite the word of the President of the IPU in terms of bridging and promoting peace peace in the worldwide and the IPU's role, and we fully support her insights in this regard. Dear participants of the Assembly, addressing at the 78th session of the UN General Assembly, President of Uzbekistan Shavkat Mirziyoyev noted the growing tension in the global community, the departure from the norms of international law, and the growing crisis of trust between and among countries. In this situation, we parliamentarians must contribute to strengthening peace and global stability through the development of parliamentary diplomacy. In recent years, my country has been undergoing fundamental transformations aimed at ensuring decent living conditions and protecting the rights and freedoms of citizens. The international community and the UN highly appreciate the reforms being carried out in Uzbekistan based on our adopted strategy Uzbekistan 2030. This once again underscores its alignment with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals and international standards. We strictly fulfill all commitments and are open to mutually beneficial cooperation in which parliamentary diplomacy occupies a key place in our foreign policy. Uzbekistan is dynamically developing its interparliamentary cooperation vector. Partnership ties with foreign parliaments are being strengthened. Our parliamentarians actively participate in the activities of interparliamentary organizations and put forward important initiatives within the framework of these structures. Dear friends, Uzbekistan fully supports the conceptual principles of the Inter-Parliamentary Union aimed at strengthening parliamentary diplomacy. We believe it's necessary to focus on the following priorities as well. First, parliamentary diplomacy as a key mechanism for building trust between states should play an important role in conflict prevention. In this regard, the IPU's efforts to achieve peace and stability deserve special attention. The visit of the Secretary General of the organization to Azerbaijan and Armenia serves as a bright example of resolving acute international issues. The Secretary-General acted as an important mediator in establishing contacts between the parliaments of the two countries. We fully support the IPU's initiatives to strengthen cooperation between parliaments, which contributes to finding compromise solutions in complex situations. Second, parliaments must actively defend the rights of vulnerable population groups. This also involves combating discrimination, hatred, and violence in all its manifestations. Third, the importance of regional cooperation should be emphasized, which contributes to building trust between parliamentarians and addressing common problems and tasks. Thus, they can jointly advocate for the interests of their respective regions. As an example, successful cooperation among Central Asian countries within various platforms can be cited. This includes the Inter-Parliamentary Forum of Central Asian countries, as well as the Dialogue of Women Leaders of Central Asian countries. These platforms have become important mechanisms for constructive discussion of regional issues. It should be emphasized that thanks to the joint efforts of the Central Asian countries, it is possible to find fundamental solutions to issues of regional cooperation. Today, the political situation in the region has undergone a dramatic positive transformation. Dear colleagues, we are convinced that the coordinated role of the IPU will serve as a powerful resource in interparliamentary and interstate relations. We will continue to support IPU's initiatives aimed at developing parliamentary diplomacy and strengthening international relations to effectively address the contemporary global challenges. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the leadership of the IPU and all member states for supporting the initiative of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, to host the landmark 150th IPU Assembly in Uzbekistan. We have already begun working on organizing and hosting the Assembly at the highest organizational and substantive level, which will not only be the largest in Central Asia's history, but will also leave an unforgettable impression on all participants and guests. We are confident that the Assembly will contribute to further convergence of approaches in strengthening the role of parliaments in ensuring the sustainable development of our countries. I wish all you productive work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Uzbekistan, and thank you for the work that you're doing for the 150th IPU Assembly. I now call Vanuatu. Followed by Armenia.
L'Excellence, Mesdames et Messieurs, Madame la Présidente de l'IPU.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, I would like to take the opportunity to warmly thank you for the invitation extended to the Parliament of Vanuatu, of which I'm Speaker. We are particularly sensitive to the problems that we all face with respect to climate change as a small island state. We share these concerns with all other states in our region of the region. This 148th Assembly provides us with a valuable opportunity to exchange views and experiences. It will also allow us to strengthen international cooperation so that we can work together with respect to the challenges that we face, particularly when it comes to climate change. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give you an excellent example of parliamentary diplomacy, which led to a UN resolution on climate change. This is an example that shows just how much parliaments can do if they work together internationally in order to ensure that they can cooperate. We managed to work together in order to ensure that we could make a real change when it comes to climate change. This is a ringing endorsement of what parliamentary diplomacy can do. The theme of this general debate, building parliamentary diplomacy, building bridges for peace and understanding. And I think that this would be an excellent opportunity for me to say that we, as a small island in the Pacific, are fully committed to these ambitions. The resolution adopted by the United Nations aimed at climate justice provided us with an excellent illustration of what international cooperation can do. This resolution adopted by the General Assembly has provided us with an excellent way of tackling climate change. It has also provided us with a variety of tools with which to deal with it. This is the result of growing awareness of the urgency of the need to act with respect to climate change and its effects on ecosystems throughout the world. Alarming scientific reports, such as the reports of the IPCC, have highlighted how much we need to act immediately and in coordinated fashion in order to deal with climate change. Parliamentary diplomacy played a role with respect to the adoption of that resolution on climate justice. As representatives of the people, parliaments have played a key role with respect to ambitious climate policy and have also played a role in their respective countries with respect to the implementation of it. This experience highlights the role that parliaments can play when it comes to climate change. We must ensure that we mobilize politically in order to ensure that we have robust climate policies nationally and internationally. This initiative also serves to show the added value of parliamentary diplomacy. Parliaments can indeed play a vital role when it comes to international cooperation, and they can ensure that the SDGs are translated into reality, particularly when it comes to climate change. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to stress how much parliamentary diplomacy can do with respect to peace, security, and sustainable development. The success of Resolution 77 of 96 of the United Nations has provided an illustration of how parliamentarians can play a catalytic role when we have to deal with emergencies. As elected representatives, we have duties. We have an obligation to meet the challenges of our era, particularly when it comes to climate change. We must ensure that we work together in order to meet those challenges and to have a better and more sustainable future for the generations to come. Thank you for your attention.
Vanuatu, and I invite the Speaker of Armenia to the stage, followed by Egypt.
Madam President, Excellencies, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, in the beginning of my speech, I want to state that we strongly condemn the terrorist attack that took place in Moscow city and claimed many lives. My condolences to the relatives in the victims and wishes for speedy recovery to those injured. I have pleasure to greet you all in Geneva after a 5-year hiatus and hope that the issues discussed at IPU assemblies will contribute at the cause of peace, security and stability that the organization seeks. I would also like to extend my congratulations to Ms. Tula Akson on her election as IPU President and wish her success in her mission. Parliamentary diplomacy has become a force in international relations. It fosters stronger relationships between nations through inter-parliamentary dialogue, exchanges and cooperation. Such efforts contribute to building trust, understanding and collaboration among countries. Recently, there has been much talk about soft power. In this regard, I wish to state that parliamentary delegations and exchanges contribute to public diplomacy efforts, strengthening a country's soft power. By engaging with foreign counterparts, parliamentarians can shape public opinion, build networks, and convey positive image of their country abroad. The Armenian National Assembly, under my leadership, emphasized parliamentary diplomacy. Armenian MPs are involved in various inter-parliamentary forums, engaging with their counterpart to strengthen ties and foster mutual understanding. We, members of parliament, are doing our best to promote the peace process. The security situation in the region and development of defense capabilities remain a high priority for Armenia. Our country seeks to restore regional transit roads and infrastructure. The Crossroad of Peace project devised by the Armenian government will, we believe, revitalize economic ties in the region and have a positive impact on the overall security situation. As a vivid example of parliamentary diplomacy, I would like to mention the recent visit by the IPU Secretary General, Mr. Martin Chungong, on Armenia and Azerbaijan, aimed at understanding the situation of the South Caucasus region. Following his visit, the Secretary General suggests organizing a trilateral meeting between him, me, and the Speaker of Azerbaijani Parliament. The meeting took place on March 22nd here in Geneva. Colleagues, you may be aware that from September 12 to 14, 2024, the 10th Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians will take place in Yerevan, the capital of Armenia. I wish to take this opportunity to invite young MPs to attend this conference. It will enable them to have first-hand information about our beautiful country and foster ties among themselves in the true spirit of parliamentary diplomacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I call the Speaker of Egypt, followed by Sri Lanka, then Nigeria.
معالي السيدات
Mrs. Tulia Akson, President of the IPU, Mr. Martin Chungong, Secretary General of the IPU, Excellencies, Speakers of Parliaments, Heads of Delegations, ladies and gentlemen. We meet here once again at the IPU, and we have hope that we will be able to reflect the concerns of our peoples in the face of the numerous challenges that our world is faced with. I would be remiss at this occasion if I did not express my sincere thanks to the Secretariat of the IPU for their efforts in organizing this meeting in order to strengthen international peace and security under the theme of parliamentary diplomacy, building bridges for peace and understanding. We are all aware of the challenges and the threats all over the world. We are faced with terrorism that has dire consequences. We're faced with climate change and its repercussions, a problem that has become of great urgency, in addition to the geopolitical conflicts all over the world, the rise in hate speech in a manner that undermines peaceful coexistence. In the face of all these challenges, our humanity and human beings are being threatened. In the same context, the credibility of international organizations are threatened in the face of their inability to end the longest-standing occupation in modern history, and that is the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territory. How can we talk about building peace and understanding, building bridges for peace and understanding at a moment when the Palestinian people is being submitted to the most horrendous crimes, including the crime of genocide, the forced displacement, and the complete destruction of the Palestinian cause? The international community must shoulder its responsibility in the face of this catastrophe. Ladies and gentlemen, we might all agree that at this juncture, we must spare no effort in order to build additional bridges for peace and understanding on the basis of justice, mutual respect, and understanding. Parliamentary diplomacy must be a priority and can play an important role in creating the necessary spaces and platforms for dialogue and coexistence between peoples. Allow me at this occasion to commend the efforts of the IPU throughout history. As for us in Egypt, we are celebrating this year the anniversary of joining the IPU, and we have always strived to be active in this IPU with regards to all issues of concern. In this regard, Egypt spared no effort in promoting coexistence and dialogue as the only means for establishing peace and security in the face of current challenges. Egypt has adopted a comprehensive approach in order to spread the values of tolerance and acceptance, mutual acceptance. We did this through a number of initiatives, particularly the creation of the Center for Interfaith Dialogue, and we continue these efforts in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, we as parliamentarians, we cannot ignore the concerns of the people we represent in the face of the current challenges. In this regard, I would like to call upon all the parliamentarians and parliaments of the world to come up with a common vision under the umbrella of the IPU that would serve as a bridge for peace and understanding and an effective mechanism that would help us resolve the current crisis and problems. Hence, we would be able to solve the current crises and put an end to injustice and the suffering of a number of peoples that are living through inhumane circumstances. We hope that we will be able to establish peace, security, and mutual coexistence. In conclusion, I would like to thank you for your understanding and for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I now call the Speaker from Sri Lanka.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, I feel so honored and privileged to be in this wonderful capital and largest city of Switzerland, on behalf of my delegation, it is a great pleasure for me to address the 148th IPU Assembly meeting today, and I wish to thank the Honorable Chairperson and speakers and honorable members of the IPU and the organizations of this event for their tremendous efforts for success of this prestigious event. Today's IPU Assembly provides timely platform for furthering cooperation among democracies. Let me elaborate on my speech to the topic of parliamentary democracy. We all know that one of the fundamental principles of parliamentary democracy lies this belief that dialogue and cooperation among parliamentarians can contribute to the resolution of conflicts and promotion of human rights and advancement of shared values. Parliamentary democracy acts as a bridge between governments and citizens, ensuring that the concern of perspectives of the people and are taken into account to the formation of foreign policies. In recent times, parliamentary democracy has gained prominence as a tool for conflict prevention and resolution by facilitating dialogue and understanding between nations and at the legislative level. Parliamentary diplomats contribute to creating an environment conducive to peaceful coexistence. This can be particularly valuable in regions marked in historical tensions, ongoing conflicts. Parliamentary democracy includes parliamentary bilateral diplomacy, parliamentary multilateral diplomacy, friendship groups, international conferences, permanent delegations of parliament to international organizations, including international parliamentary organizations, visits of parliamentary delegations and the promotions of democracy by parliamentarians and parliamentarians. Parliamentary democracy is an important perspective and alternative from the diplomacy. Even if not widely studied yet, parliamentary democracy has developed lately by the increasing role of parliaments and their involvement in foreign affairs and issues related to international relations. Moving away from general situation, now I would like to draw your attention to the experience of Parliament of Sri Lanka. The Inter-Parliamentary Union in one of the largest networks in the world, with both nations and subnational parliaments, and it focuses on countries that have some linkage to the system of parliament. Sri Lanka joined Inter-Parliamentary Union on February 1949. Since then, Sri Lanka actively participated in IPU assemblies, and we had the opportunity to host several seminars and workshops of IPU in the past. Meaningful opportunities exist for parliamentarians to participate in foreign policy through the parliamentary scrutiny process. Since the government is directly accountable to Parliament, ministers who are responsible for foreign policy as well as their officials can be called upon to address important issues relating to treaties. Further, the sectorial oversight committees on international relations and consultative committees on Ministry of Foreign Affairs have wide mandates to inquire into all aspects of foreign policy, to examine legislation referred to them as well as the expenditure estimates and of departments and agencies that are implementing foreign policy. More direct and specific roles of Parliament in respect of national emergencies are set out in legislation. Other statutes concerned with national security and other emergencies require parliamentary oversight. Moreover, the parliamentarization and of international relations can be identified as a result of democratization, be it through its friendship groups association, on occasional visit, regular meetings, or simply by participating in different regional and international parliamentary meetings or conferences. Sri Lanka has been a member of Commonwealth Parliamentary Association since gaining independence in 1948. An active member of CPA in Sri Lanka branch has hosted annual conferences in 1974, 95, 2012. Parliament of Sri Lanka is founding member of the Association of SAC Speakers Parliamentarians, and as also a parliament formed friendly association with around 57 countries. With regard to the institutional diplomacy, the Speaker of Parliament participates in bilateral and multilateral meetings with other speakers to learn about the key issues, discuss the impact of such issues, and try to promote solutions to these issues. There are networks of parliaments that promote such meetings. Parliamentarians collaborate internationally in many ways with their colleagues. From their parliaments, this is done through international organizations and that are designed for meetings and gathering of parliamentary assemblies. Ladies and gentlemen, collaboration is also carried out by bilateral and multilateral parliamentary groups association, as well as various exchange programs for staff and young professionals of working level of parliament. Parliamentarians have opportunities to act for peace, friendship, and among people, democracy of rule of law, democracy and rule of law and human rights, including international level as well as national level. I would like to mention here that open parliament initiatives were introduced in 2019 to bring parliament closer to the people more effectively. Open parliament initiatives are expected to address the widening gap between the parliament and the people and the citizens and enhance interaction with the people. Particularly, the parliament has conducted several outreach programs, workshops and short courses on parliamentary practice and proceedings to educate university students, schools and local government members and officials on parliament practice and proceedings through the Department of Communication. In recent times, parliamentary diplomacy has gained prominence as a tool for conflict and prevention and resolution by facilitating dialogue and understanding between nations of the legislative level. Parliamentary diplomats contribute to the creating of environment and conducive peaceful coexistence. And this can be particularly valuable in regions marking or historical and tensions of ongoing conflicts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I call the speaker from Nigeria, and I remind all participants that your time is strictly 6 minutes. The Speaker of Nigeria.
Madam President, the representative of the Secretary General, speakers of various parliaments, distinguished colleagues, all protocols observed. The President of this great union, executive members, I crave your indulgence to remind us of the immense power that lies within our collective voice. We stand at a pivotal moment in history, an intersection where the voices and the choices we make will shape the future of the world in constant crisis. I come before you not just as a representative of the country called Nigeria, but as a global citizen, deeply invested in the brotherhood of mankind and the interconnectedness of the entire world. It is with shared vision and sense of purpose that I speak to you today and give you the requisite update on parliamentary activities in Nigeria. Nigeria is a nation brimming with stunning kaleidoscopic diversity and a vibrantly rich cultural heritage, with over 200 million people speaking over 500 languages. Nigeria is a tapestry of different religions, but predominantly Islam and Christianity. We have different cultures and different ethnic groups. Unfortunately, this diversity does not shield us from the challenges of ethnic and religious conflicts that continue to plague our land. This situation also leads to the tragedy of commons, a situation where persons acting in their self or ethnic interest deplete or degrade a shared resource, leading to its overall decline or destructions. Spirited efforts to checkmate this situation and strengthen the peace and unity of our dear country have been embarked upon by the current administration. The specter of polarization along political, ethnic, and gender lines, racial lines, globally, demand the concerted efforts of both government and non-governmental organizations, particularly the parliaments around the world. It is within this context that the role of the parliament becomes pivotal to ensure peace, foster unity, mediate disputes, and provide solutions. It is often said that the judiciary is the last hope of the common man, but the parliament remains the first hope of the common man. Why? Because except the parliament makes the right laws and create the enabling legal environment for peace and justice, the judiciary can neither dispense justice nor peace. The parliament must therefore remain the melting pot of every country's unity and peace. The parliament must hold a significant responsibility in curbing polarization and ensuring peace and progress through legislations. We have done that a lot in Nigeria, but one remarkable legislative milestone that I would like to share with you is the Not Too Young to Run bill, which was passed in 2018. This landmark legislation amended sections of the Constitution, lowering the age qualification for running for various offices in the country, thereby giving opportunities to young people and women, providing a level playing ground for the youth to compete in all legislative offices and be part of nation building. In the confirmation process of political appointees before the parliament, we ensure that nominees are evaluated based on merit and constitutional adherence rather than political party affiliations, gender, religion, race, or ethnicity. Committees such as disabilities, federal character, human rights, poverty alleviation, constituency outreach, and corporate social responsibilities, women in parliament, women affairs, and social development and youth development play crucial roles in curbing polarization and gender biases. We try our best to ensure that through legislation, we reduce the incidences of tribalism, addressing issues of development, and then we try to ensure that we provide a level playing field for peace to reign in our country. Furthermore, through parliamentary approval, Nigeria has been actively contributing to international peace and security by deploying troops and resources for peacekeeping missions across Africa and beyond. Our armed forces have played very vital roles in peacekeeping efforts from Sierra Leone to Liberia to conflicts like the India-Pakistan dispute of 1956 and Tanzania in 1964, not to mention the World War II, we saw a lot of people, including my late father, taking part to bring peace to the world. As parliamentarians, we play a significant role in conflict prevention and resolution, and we must not falter. We must continue to do so. In fostering bilateral relations, parliamentary friendship groups have the potential to strengthen ties between parliaments of different countries, facilitating the exchange of knowledge and promoting gender mainstreaming, democracy, and good governance. The Nigerian Parliament, through the Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements, ensure that international commitments are observed and ratified into law. Preventive democracy is a powerful instrument for conflict prevention. I must say that in conclusion, the achievements of the Nigerian Parliament in upholding international commitments, holding the government accountable, and promoting peace building deserves commendation amidst IPU expectations. However, we look forward to further progress in parliamentary democracy. In ending this address, let us avert our minds to Martin Luther King Jr.'s admonition, which states that all mankind is tied together, all life is interrelated, and we are all caught up in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of identity. Whatever affects us directly affects us indirectly. That is why we are here. We cannot walk alone. We must work together. We must work together in order to ensure, hand in hand, that we create a brighter and a more equitable future for mankind. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Nigeria. And I call the representative for Sao Tome and Principe. And I remind all speakers that your time is 6 minutes. Sao Tome, you have the call.
Excelências.
Excellency, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Excellencies, members of the different delegations, dear participants. First, allow me to welcome and thank Honourable Tulia, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, for inviting us to take part in this important event. I would also like to greet my counterparts from the different countries represented here and their respective delegations, wishing them all an active participation that fulfills the purpose of yet another important event whose theme takes us back to the exercise of parliamentary diplomacy towards building bridges for peace and understanding, bearing in mind the conflicts and crises that are taking place in various parts of the world today. This reality cries out for our immediate attention and action, taking into account one priority, which is promotion of peace and prosperity, with a view to alleviating human suffering and achieving greater understanding between peoples and nations, so that human development is effectively sustainable. In this regard, I believe parliaments play a leading role in the fight for this cause. It is the highest body par excellence responsible at national level for adopting legislative, budgetary and supervisory measures to defend the most vulnerable and prevent discrimination and hatred in all its forms, as well as guaranteeing the participation and leadership of women and young people in political decision-making sectors. At international level, parliamentary diplomacy is exercised by parliaments to support the development of policies taking into account the new challenges that require them to interact through exchanges of experiences and ideas as a significant contribution to the prevention and mediation of conflicts with a view to establishing lasting peace. Therefore, in response to the pertinent concerns that have arisen around the issue at stake, it is important to note that in terms of preventing and addressing polarization in political, ethnic, racial, cultural, religious and gender terms, the Parliament of Sao Tome passed a resolution adopting measures to strengthen women's civic and political participation, as well as the parity law, which entitles women to fill a minimum of 40% of eligible and managerial positions. However, it is regrettable that there are no measures in our legal system to make it compulsory for young people to be included on political party lists. Your Excellencies, Sao Tome and Principe is a world reference on the African continent as a peaceful country made up of people from Africa, Europe and Asia. A fact that we are very proud of because it has allowed us to deal with our differences through dialogue. And these are reflections of a country with a rich and diverse history. These characteristics are peculiar values that have allowed us to develop good practices
in the exercise of parliamentary diplomacy with various neighboring and friendly countries through the creation of parliamentary friendship groups and through our participation in events of various international, regional and sub-regional parliamentary bodies, which shows that through dialogue as the main tool for reaching understanding, we expressed our firm position on the issue of peace and security in the world. Now, with regard to the results achieved by Sao Tome in terms of the non-proliferation of weapons and the need to respect international commitments, I inform you that during this parliamentary term, our country ratified the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons signed by the government in 2017 and thus became part of our legal system. So this is what I'm happy to bring to your wise consideration in a significant moment to find valued and capable interlocutors capable of getting to the heart of the issues we are discussing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I am going to hand the chair over to the Speaker for Zambia, Mrs. Muti, but I will call the Speaker for Algeria. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين معالي الرئيسة أصحاب المعالي ورؤساء المجالس السادة.
In the name of God, the compassionate and the merciful. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like first of all to thank the President and the Secretariat of the IPU for all of the preparatory work done in anticipation of this assembly. And I would also like to say how important we consider a parliamentary dialogue to be when it comes to strengthening Parliament's roles in ensuring peace and security. I would like to turn to the tragedy facing the Palestinian people, particularly in Gaza. This is a result of the activities of the Zionist entity and the war being carried out in flagrant violation of all international agreements. This has led to universal condemnation. I would like to congratulate South Africa on having taken a historic initiative in having taken the Zionist entity before the International Court in The Hague. We must do everything we can to bring an end to this war. I hope that this assembly will take a common policy to bring an end to this tragedy and to stress the need to respect human values. Madam President, our debate today is of the utmost importance. What we need to do is reflect the wish of our countries and peoples to live in peace and harmony. We are facing a number of challenges with respect to security, the environment, and many other areas. All of this requires that we work all the harder in order to ensure that we can work through parliamentary diplomacy. This is the way that we can ensure that humanitarian rights are respected at all levels. I believe that we all must do everything we can to ensure that humanity's problems are solved, and this in the wake of the COVID pandemic and with respect to the threats to peace and security that we face. I would also like to say that my parliament is currently engaged in a series of legislative and constitutional reforms under the auspices of our president. We are going to be bringing about a new Algeria, this in order to raise our international profile. We are committed to international cooperation. Our president has often said that the time has come to ensure that we do what we can to make sure that the United Nations fundamental principles are respected. That is the only way that the organization can play an increasingly significant role when it comes to ensuring that international peace and security prevail. Algeria has the honor of representing the African group and the Arab group. And in that capacity, as well as through our work on the Security Council, we will do what we can with respect to peace and security. And we would stress that we need to do what we can when it comes to Security Council reform. In conclusion, I would like to appeal once again to all of those who are committed to our values and to all parliamentarians to do what they can to bring an end to hostilities in the Gaza Strip. And I would also like to mention the suffering that the Sahrawi people are facing and would appeal that the relevant Security Council resolutions are respected when it comes to those people. We have to ensure that their rights are respected. I would also, in the strongest terms, like to condemn the cowardly terrorist attack on citizens in Moscow. We condemn all kinds of terrorism. My country has endured such terror itself and is all too familiar with it. And I would like, before concluding, Madam President, to congratulate you and the IPU on the organization of this assembly. We remain committed to working with you to meet the laudable objectives of this organization, which we share. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Algeria. The next speaker is Maldives, to be followed by Belgium. Pakistan, be on standby. Thank you.
Honorable President of the Assembly, honorable speakers, parliamentarians, distinguished delegates, a very good afternoon. It is my honor to address this Assembly to speak on the theme, Building Bridges for Peace and Understanding, and the role of parliamentary diplomacy in achieving it. The late Honorable Kofi Annan stated that reform is a process and not an event. I believe that as parliamentarians and representatives of people, we are at the heart of this process and carry a profound responsibility. Today, our world is increasingly becoming interconnected and the challenges we face are complex. We, the Maldives, are not immune to these global challenges. Madam President, the terrorist attack on my predecessor, President Mohamed Nasheed, reflects the extent of radicalization and violent extremism in our society. Advances in technology makes it easier for such individuals to cause irreversible harm. Violent extremism is on the rise in the Maldives, and our institutions are working to better understand these complex issues and complete the legislative framework to combat terrorism. Over the years, we have strengthened our institutional setup to address radicalization. We have also established relationships with like-minded partners to establish de-radicalization programs in the Maldives. The amendments to the Maldives Anti-Terrorism Act to incorporate early intervention strategies to prevent terrorism and the establishment of National Reintegration Center for rehabilitating returning foreign terrorist fighters and radicalized individuals, I believe, are good first steps on a long road ahead. Madam President, we are also affected by drug trafficking. The drug epidemic and related crime have plagued Maldives for decades. We, like many other countries represented in this assembly, lack the resources to combat drug trafficking alone. While drug networks around the world operate collaboratively, we still lack effective global collaboration to combat drug trafficking, both in terms of policy reforms and operational cooperation. Madam President, for us, peace also means climate security. As a small island nation, our contribution to climate change is negligible, but we are disproportionately affected by climate change. We are a nation over 500,000 people. Losing our home is not an option. We do not want to be climate refugees. We have a culture, we have a language, we have an identity. We won't remain in the beautiful Maldives forever. Madam President, effective parliamentary work requires equal representation. Gender disparity in Maldives Majlis is a concern. Only 5% of parliamentarians are women, despite 49% of our population being female. I believe in the significance of promoting and ensuring equal representation within political parties. It is imperative that we take proactive steps in this direction. I must note that 3 weeks back, a bill has been submitted to our parliament aiming to reserve 33% of the House for female members. This proposed bill mirrors the successful endeavors we have undertaken at the local council level, with 33% of local council seats reserved for women. It is a critical step towards fostering inclusivity and gender equality in our legislature. Madam President, we are also increasing citizen engagement through programs like Practice Parliament for Women and Practice Parliament for Youth. We have also concluded a workshop in partnership with UNDP for female candidates in the upcoming parliamentary elections. Madam President, as we are gathered here, let us not forget even for a minute the struggles of Palestinian people. I urge for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Palestine. Conflicts like this have far-reaching consequences. Armed conflicts such as this are not just an injustice and inhuman to those directly involved, but will have ripple effect affecting peace around the world. Madam President, be it climate change, gender disparities, terrorism or regional conflicts, the solutions lie in collective action and cooperation. Parliamentary diplomacy provides a framework through which we can address these challenges, transcending political agendas for greater good. Tolerance towards others is at the root of peace and understanding. As direct representatives of our constituents, we must be the platform for discord and conversations that create tolerance and understanding. We as parliamentarians are the voices of our people, and we must ensure that the voices we echo are not those of hate and intolerance, but rather peace and harmony. Madam President, in the vast tapestry of parliamentary bodies, every legislature or parliamentarian holds a treasury of insights, experiences, and viewpoints waiting to be shared. Recognizing this inherent richness, the People's Majlis has taken steps to cultivate collaborative ties through the establishment of parliamentary friendship groups spanning over 20 legislatures and prioritizing organizations such as IPU and CPA. Madam President, building bridges for peace requires not only an open exchange of ideas, but also commitment to respect the unique perspectives and experiences of each nation. It is a collaborative effort that goes beyond political affiliations, emphasizing the common humanity that binds us together. Let us seize this opportunity to create understanding, overcome differences, and build a world where peace prevails. Together we can construct bridges that stand the test of time, creating a legacy of harmony for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Your time is out. Thank you, Maldives. Now we go to Belgium.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The world we know is changing. The climate is on the loose. We are bracing for a political return of illiberalism in America. The Chinese economy is cooling off, and Russia is heating up tensions. The world order that shaped our institutions and politics since the 1950s, we must say, is crumbling before our very eyes. And yet, international cooperation and rules have made us richer and more free than ever in human history. But human history is also a pendulum, swinging between progress and setbacks. And there is no doubt, dear colleagues, today we are living a time of setbacks. A golden age of free trade and free movement has gradually evolved to this era of trade wars and real wars. And this goes hand in hand with another evolution. Trust in democratic institutions and politicians is dropping down. For years on, the global democracy index declined. Wars and conflicts undermine democracy, and more countries retreat from the world to focus on themselves. So then I ask you this: should this worry us? I say yes. Is it a disaster? I say no. It is impossible to turn back the clock on globalization, and we don't want to. In matters of economy, as in matters of global security, we will remain reliant on another. And wars one day will end, and hatches one day will be buried. So how? How do we do that? It is my opinion, we do that through us, through parliaments. Parliaments where the people's voice is being heard. We all must be aware about the power that we all hold. We must use it, not only to better the lives of our own citizens, but to better the world. And even in this time of setbacks, it is to us to push back the tides. I believe that even when the parliament is being stormed, when participation rates in elections drop, when people say they no longer believe in the system, it is no failure of democracy. It is a failure of politics. It is a failure of not rising up to the standards that the democratic system demands. And many times, too, I feel frustrated at home when decisions get delayed or when compromises feel short. Polling in my country shows that 70% no longer trust political parties. 1 in 3 would rather see an authoritarian leader take over. And 16% of the population wants the army to be in charge. And are we surprised that some people turn their backs? I sometimes compare politics with football. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose, sometimes we play a bad match. Like the World Cup between Germany and Austria in 1982. Both teams knew when the Germans won, they would both qualify for the next round, and the Algerians wouldn't. So they made a deal. Germany scored a goal, and for the next 80 minutes, they just passed the ball around. Nothing trying to score, barely pretended they were playing. And the match was known as the disgrace of Gion. Well, today, I guess sometimes people see the disgrace of Gion. And we, presidents and members of parliament, we have a duty to make our parliaments perform. And there are ways in which we can do that. There are ways to reinform democracy. We have built structures with the best of intentions, but today they are threatening us. I think of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is a thing that, when it becomes too big, it halts decision-making and stunts progress. I think of technocracy. There's nothing wrong with listening to experts, but when they are calling the shots on matters of politics, the people will feel ignored. There are lobbyists with greater access to politicians than other citizens, and there are judges overturning political decisions. So what does it mean? The balance of power seems off. So reinforcing democracy means reinforcing representation of the people in the parliament. And in the Belgium Senate, we are exploring new ways to do that. We have reports on combating disinformation and deterring foreign interference in elections. We have made huge steps to make the parliament gender sensitive. The only way to make policy that represents the people is to have the people equally represented. Furthermore, we installed a deliberative democracy, better known as the citizens' assemblies. And they already exist in many countries on multiple levels of government. When they are done right, they make a better democracy. So, as I said, the world is changing. Society is changing. Democracy must change alongside it. And so, to preserve democracy, we must not shy away from radical decisions. Maintaining the status quo will only further decline. So, I have personally put down a proposal to abolish my own institution, the Belgium Senate, in its current form. We will ask the people, do you need two parliaments? I am not saying this is the solution. Your countries may benefit from other solutions. What I'm saying is the only way forward is to act. Modern democracies cannot rely longer on ancient recipes.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
2 seconds. Okay. Youngsters need to be educated, and this is how the solutions of tomorrow's problems will take shape. This is how we will battle tough times. This is how democracy will endure. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Pakistan, to be followed by Sierra Leone. Nepal, please also be on standby.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable President IPU, Honorable Secretary General, distinguished members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good afternoon. It is my privilege to address the 148th IPU Assembly in Geneva today. On behalf of my delegation, I wish to thank Madam President for the leadership and commend the Secretary General for hosting this August gathering. As Speaker of the newly elected National Assembly, I bring greetings of the people of Pakistan, their leadership, and all the members of Parliament. We are immensely pleased to join the fraternity of representatives from 180 countries. Pakistan is proud to have been a member of IPU since 1948. We greatly appreciate and welcome the IPU's effort for peace and understanding across the globe, and we assure you of our continued support in this regard. Dear colleagues, Pakistan is a peaceful country that believes in dialogue for cooperation and understanding. We are inspired by the vision of our great leader, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the founder of Pakistan, and guided by the democratic spirit of the Constitution. Our parliamentarians strive to foster bilateral joint partnerships through parliamentary friendship groups in our National Assembly. Madam President, the overarching theme of parliamentary diplomacy, building bridges for peace and understanding, is not just appropriate, it is both necessary and urgent. As we renew our pledge to foster global harmony through parliamentary cooperation, it is also imperative to confront reality. The peace, prosperity, and security of many people remain elusive. The year 2023 ended with a brutal legacy of war and conflict. Over the past 5 months, we have witnessed death and destruction in Gaza on an unimaginable scale. Over 30,000 civilians have been killed. Most of them are women and children. Pakistan remains extremely concerned in the situation in Gaza. The heart-rending images of death and destruction from Gaza are unconscionable. Women, children, and elderly continue to face the brunt of Israel's war machine and face the prospects of imminent starvation. Israel's actions violate international humanitarian and human rights laws, deliberately attacking civilian targets, and as such constitutes war crimes and crime against humanity. It is extremely unfortunate that the international community has failed to stop the Israeli atrocities and crime against humanity being perpetrated against the Palestinian civilians. The lack of action undermines the legitimacy of international institutions, particularly the UN Security Council. We reiterate our strong call for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire, unimpeded humanitarian assistance to the besieged people of Gaza, return of the displaced Palestinians, and accountability for the crimes being committed by Israel. We have always and shall continue to stand by our Palestinian brothers and sisters for the exercise of their inalienable right of self-determination, for a viable, secure, contiguous and sovereign state of Palestine on the basis of the pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. Madam President, closer to home, the people of Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir have suffered over 7 decades of indignity and oppression. The promise of the right of self-determination remains unfulfilled. Since August 2019, another chapter in history of oppression Kashmiris started in unilateral measures in violation of UN Security Council resolution. The freedom that resonates in this hall in the form of the presence of parliamentarians is being crushed by the Indian-occupied Jammu Kashmir. Political parties are being banned, political leaders are incarcerated, and the human rights of ordinary people are being violated with impunity. Those speaking of democracy and human rights must speak out for the people of Indian-occupied Kashmir. Madam President, we all represent people who wish for happy and prosperous lives. But for many, development remains a distant dream. In Parliament, we must legislate education and health for all. We must aspire to strengthen social safety and nets to provide a cleaner environment, but all of it requires resources for implementation. Developing countries face several difficulties in overcoming social and economic challenges: inflation, growing debt burdens, inequalities in the global financial architecture, and unpredictable events such as the pandemic all require cooperative response. Among the risks is Pakistan is also vulnerable to climate change. Pakistan contributes to the global carbon footprint is quite less than 1%. Even then, Pakistan remains the frontline state to bear the brunt of climate change. In 2022, Pakistan suffered one of the worst floods in its history, which left 1/3 of the country inundated. Thousands of innocent lives were lost. Economic loss of the country was beyond $30 billion. We believe it is high time that international action to deal with the effects of climate change should be galvanized, especially in the most vulnerable countries. As parliamentarians, we must deepen our understanding of a new era of technology progress and what it means for our work and the people we represent. Madam President, under the circumstances, the role of parliamentary institutions like the Inter-Parliamentary Union is critical. Building bridges through parliamentary diplomacy at global, regional, and bilateral level is imperative. While traditional diplomacy operates through prism of national interest, parliamentarians reflect the aspirations of the people. As representatives of the people, their hearts beat closer to the human spirit and its innate desire for peace and dignity for all. Let us work together to make year 2024 as the year of peace.
Thank you,
Let
Mr.
us work
Speaker.
together
if you
to
can
resist.
wind up, you run out of time.
Okay, I will conclude. Let us work together to resist force of oppression and strengthen the rule of international law. Let us try harder to promote humanitarian right for all without distinction and sustainable development, so that no one is left behind. Thank you. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you very much, Pakistan. The next speaker will be the Speaker of Sierra Leone.
Madam President, dear colleagues, good afternoon. My delegation is delighted to be part of this 148th Assembly of the IPU here in Geneva. We bring warm greetings to you, Madam President, for your election, and also to the Secretary General of the IPU from the Parliament of Sierra Leone. We are confident that you will represent Africa in those positions with high distinction. We in Sierra Leone have had our own experience of the great value of parliamentary diplomacy, and our experience in this respect is quite unique, and it happened during the life of our fifth parliament from 2018 to 2023. That fifth parliament predominantly donned all the hallmarks of a hung parliament where no single political party had an absolute majority. Madam President, through parliamentary diplomacy, the hung parliament compelled the political leaders to cultivate an environment where the discourse became less strident and more civil, and ultimately it produced an historic milestone of transformative proportions. Despite all the challenges and uncertainties of being a young parliament, the fifth parliament was able to stamp its imprimatur on a myriad of outstandingly progressive policies and transform them into legislation. And they weren't just ordinary laws. They were laws that were groundbreaking in character as they were designed to withstand the test of time. Madam President, I wish to submit without exaggeration that the Fifth Parliament of Sierra Leone should be considered as a true exemplar of the transformative power of parliamentary diplomacy, a locus classicus, as it were, of parliamentary diplomacy. By its prismatic light, it served also as a catalyst to build bridges and transcend the horrible scars of a civil war, to heal the wounds of adversity, and to forge a future defined by shared values of sustainable peace, mutual trust, inclusivity, and prosperity. At the international level, now more than ever, is the time to reaffirm our commitments to a future where peace must reign supreme by building bridges that connect us rather than walls that divide us, seeking understanding rather than perpetuating misunderstanding, and embracing diversity and inclusivity as a source of strength rather than a cause of division. I implore all of us, Madam President, to draw inspiration from the words of Nelson Mandela when he said, "It always seems impossible until it is done." I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is from Nepal. Gabon, be on standby.
Madam President of the Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the Honorable President of 148th IPU Assembly for an opportunity to address this Assembly on behalf of the Federal Parliament of Nepal. Madam President, being able to and desiring to solve differences peacefully through dialogue is an excellent example of the supremacy of humankind. Diplomacy initiated for the purpose of forming alliances in the war and ending war has grown to be comprehensive in the scope today. To manage international relations through dialogue, negotiations, and other peaceful means is diplomacy. Only through diplomacy, which promotes cooperation and advances common interests through timely conclusion of the differences, it is possible to create dialogue, cooperation, and respect between nations for the success of consolidated global effort to march for the utmost welfare of the entire humankind. The traditional thoughts of diplomacy is a matter of government-to-government relations and the right and responsibility of solely the government. But it is a narrow approach, and it has changed. Its area has become much wider. Parliamentary diplomacy has developed as an important instrument of alternative diplomacy. Madam President, Parliament diplomacy is an important complement to the traditional diplomacy. It promotes the interest of the participating nations. Parliament in itself is the outcome of democracy and public mandate. It has parliamentary diplomacy adds to a democratic dimension, as well as the legitimacy to the international relations. It builds trust and goodwill at the people's level, because the diplomatic actions of parliamentarians who are consistently in close contact with the people will be aimed towards the benefit of the public and supported by the public. It produces sustainable and opposed to the temporary results. The involvement of the parliamentarians in diplomacy is indispensable to ensure that the voices and aspirations of the citizens are reflected in the dimensions in the matters of international affairs. Nepal has always remained a proponent for the peace, coexistence. At different times in history, we have witnessed the consequences of the larger and powerful nations not tolerating the existence of smaller and less powerful nations. A founding member of non-aligned movement, Nepal is adamant in itself that every nation must respect each other's existence. Nepal's constitution has laid down foreign policy based on the Charter. Madam President, in the present, there is a situation of tension and conflict in various parts of the world. Many of these tensions are the result of action taken by the authorities for the state without taking into consideration the intent of the people and parliament. Parliaments who are not in a role to scrutinize the action of government must put a stop to such discretionary act and maintain peace and understanding in the international community. Its scope of diplomacy is not limited to preventing wars. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, during his visit to Nepal in October 23, pressingly called international attention towards challenges brought about by climate change. Nepal is a country whose carbon emission is very low, but it is facing disproportionately large harm to the impacts of the climate change, as the snow of the Himalayas of Nepal are melting rapidly and the ecosystem below are in grave danger. It has also put many nations close to the sea level, mainly the island nations, at risk, and the nations impacted by the serious threat must raise the united voice in the international forum. Nations that contribute most of the global warming must fulfill their commitment to the nations that are most affected by it, urging our government to honestly execute the nation's promises. Madam, I call upon the Honourable Parliament for all nations present here today. Let's diligently fulfill this duty. Madam President, Inter-Parliamentary Union has been in parliamentary diplomacy for world peace since 135 years, and it has been providing forum for the discussion, brainstorming, cooperation between the parliamentarians, international security, democracy and human rights, and sustainable development. IPU has succeeded in maintaining the two of the co-founder Pese and Krema being awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in very first and third year of our history. I wish IPU moves forward in days to come with the same motivation, and I pledge my and my Parliament solidarity and support in this regard. At last, I thank the Swiss government and people for the warm hospitality to me and my delegation in Geneva City. I also congratulate the IPU Secretariat for the impeccable management of this assembly. I thank you, everyone, for the kind attention. Thank you.
Honorable members, please note that the time allocated is strictly 6 minutes. The next speaker is the honorable member speaker from Gabon, to be followed by Guyana. Timor Leste, please be on standby. Thank you.
Madam President, Secretary General, dear colleagues, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to speak to you today at this assembly and to see you again after the last assembly in Luanda, when we elected a new president, a female president, and allow me to congratulate her once again on her election. You are an African woman, a great leader, and I wish to extend warm congratulations to you and pay tribute to you. Dear Martin, Secretary General, allow me to also express my great gratitude on behalf of my Parliament and authorities for the excellent way in which you carry out your functions within IPU and for your support to Gabon. I remember very well your very kind advice that you offered us in Libreville when you visited us. Thank you, Secretary General. I also wish to extend our thanks to the Swiss authorities for all of the measures that they have taken to ensure a smooth and successful assembly. And dear parliamentarians, allow me to take this opportunity to, on behalf of the institution I represent, express my thanks to your support for the transition underway in my country, Gabon. To speak now about parliamentary democracy as a means of achieving peace here in Geneva, which is, of course, a forum for achieving peace in the world. And it's a great privilege to talk about this issue here. And we all have a role to play in helping to build a more peaceful world. Here in Geneva, we have the headquarters of the IPU, alongside the headquarters of other organizations such as the United Nations. I wish to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the founding fathers of the IPU and to all of the parliamentarians, known and unknown, who on a daily basis strive to achieve peace and democracy in the world, sometimes to the cost of their lives and at great sacrifice. As you all know, Gabon is now entering into a new phase in its history. And we have undertaken this process under General Brice Nguema, our head of state, and we are engaged in global diplomacy, and parliamentary diplomacy, of course, has a key role to play. We've set up a new Transitional National Assembly, and the head of state has welcomed a delegate and a speaker of the the Francophonie Assembly recently in Libreville. And now the Secretary General of IPU has also visited us. And he had the opportunity to talk with the authorities in Libreville, with Mr. Ibaba, the president of the National Inclusive Dialogue, which will take place in Libreville from the 2nd to the 30th of April this year. Parliamentary diplomacy has also played a role to play in terms of our relations with ambassadors of friendly countries who are supporting us in this process. We have engaged in a lot of diplomacy. The head of state is involved. The parliament has been fully involved as well. And I personally have had the opportunity to attend the heads of state of the ECOWAS leaders in Malibu on the 9th of March, where Gabon was welcomed back into the family of that regional organization. So, dear colleagues, we are fully aware of the power of parliamentary diplomacy, and Gabon is trying to make use of it. We try to make use of the direct relations that it can provide. It's very open-ended dialogue to defend important causes and noble causes for us, and to speak from the heart, to try to build a more peaceful country with the rule of law, consolidating democratic institutions on the basis of our socio-cultural values and our determination to achieve a peaceful return to constitutional order. In Gabon, like anywhere else in the world, we unreservedly maintain that parliamentary diplomacy, people's diplomacy, and the United Nations resolution that was adopted in 2010 must go hand in hand with multilateral and bilateral efforts to prevent conflicts, to restore peace, and to disseminate a culture of peace and promote democracy. So I would urge parliamentarians to seek greater engagement to help bring back peace in many of our regions. The President of Senegal, Léopold Senghor, in 1966, spoke very clearly about that. And he said he was convinced that parliamentarians should be pushing governments to defend just causes and to defend the peoples that we represent, both at national, regional, and international levels. So, Madam President, allow me to support the proposal that's been put forward by Côte d'Ivoire to set up a group of speakers to promote peace in regions in conflict. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabon. The floor now goes to Guyana.
Madam President, Executive Committee members, Secretary General, Excellencies, Speakers of Parliament, honorable members, greetings on behalf of the Guyana delegation. Ramadan Kareem to our Muslim brothers and sisters. First, Guyana condemns the terrorist attack in Moscow and expresses its condolences to the people of Russia. I acknowledge the presence of the President of the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago, joining other CARICOM countries, Suriname, Bahamas, and Guyana here in Geneva. Also, we have the presence of the President of the Senate of Jamaica as an observer. Madam President, the IPU has chosen peace and international security as its strategic focus for 2024. All of us here, sincerely and seriously, subscribe to the principles of peace and international security. We are also serious about parliamentary democracy and parliamentary diplomacy, which are foundation principles of the IPU. This is why Guyana is co-sponsoring with Argentina an emergency item calling for democracy in Venezuela. Last Thursday, Venezuela passed a law annexing 2/3, that is 62,000 square miles, or 140,000 square kilometers of my country. This threatens peace, international security, and international law. The ridiculous nature of this law imposes a fine of over $100,000 US on anyone publishing a map of Venezuela which does not include Guyana's Essequibo region. This means that more than 150,000 Guyanese, according to that Venezuela law, can be liable to this penalty. Guyana calls on all IPU members, individually and collectively, to denounce this act of the ruling regime in Caracas. This act threatens the peace and sovereignty of Latin America and the Caribbean. Let us action the call made by Ireland this morning for us to stand up for the weak, the defenseless, and the vulnerable. I thank those parliaments of the Caribbean and Latin America, the Commonwealth, and the many international institutions which have thus far denounced the regime in Venezuela. My Attorney General will elaborate further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The floor now goes to the Honorable Speaker of Timor-Leste.
Honorable President of IPU, Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers of Parliament, distinguished guests, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, we'd like to express our condolences for the terrorism act that of Friday against innocent civilians in Moscow, and we also address to the government of the Russian Federation and their population our condolences. And we repudiate all acts of terrorism. Inter-Parliamentary Union has chosen peace and international security as strategic theme for 2024. And this debate, general debate, should be the driving force behind the actions that need to be taken in the near future. Just like the National Parliament of East Timor, the vast majority of parliaments represented here play a decisive role in their countries, influencing public policies, promoting government accountability and transparency, strengthening the foundations of democracy, all of which are crucial pillars for the advancement of peace, cooperation, and human rights. Your Excellencies, it is with great pleasure that the parliamentary delegation of East Timor participates in yet another assembly of the IPU, a unique and excellent space for the global promotion of consensus. As parliamentarians, we all play a decisive role that extends far beyond traditional parliamentary functions. All of us parliamentarians are, in one way or another, systematically and increasingly confronted with a myriad of challenges that demand our urgent attention and collective action. From the urgent and unavoidable need to deal with climate change, which jeopardizes nations' food security and biodiversity, and therefore an imperative to promote peace and mutual understanding between peoples, the world is indeed at a particularly complex crossroad today. It is therefore incumbent on all of us, without exception, to encourage interparliamentary dialogue and to examine the role that parliamentary diplomacy can play in responding to the current challenges to regional and world peace. Honorable participants and guests, East Timor's journey towards self-determination is an undeniable example of resistance, resilience, and reconciliation with the past. Foundations that have allowed us to achieve lasting peace and an environment of good coexistence with our neighboring countries. As a rule, conflicts arise from from economic divides and discrimination against communities that feel marginalized. So it is imperative that parliaments strengthen their legislative and political oversight powers in defense of the rights of the most vulnerable, and vigorously oppose any and all forms of discrimination, promoting peace and fostering the political, social, and economic stability of their populations. My country is one of the youngest democracies in the world, just over 20 years old, and with a very small geographical and population size, with an extremely young population and just 1,300,000 inhabitants. East Timor is part of the group of least developed countries and has steadfastly promoted the creation of international spaces for dialogue in defense of the most vulnerable nations, giving a voice to many countries with realities similar to its own, including in the G7 Plus group. Timor-Leste, or East Timor, also maintains privileged ties with the countries of the CPLP and cultivates special ties of friendship and cooperation with the region's neighbors. In the field of international relations and foreign policy, my country has favored relations of friendship, constructive cooperation and solidarity with all states, with reference to its constitutional principles of sovereignty and independence, and the vision that there are no allies or enemies, only friends. It was through democratic means, always respecting human rights and the principle of good neighborliness, that East Timor was able to successfully finalize the process of delimiting its maritime borders with Australia, and is making substantial progress in the process of delimiting its land and maritime borders with neighboring Indonesia. Now, to conclude, I must reinforce my country's call for democracy and stability in the region, addressing in particular to Myanmar, where an increased effort by all the parties involved and neighboring nations remains necessary to strengthen democratic institutions and prevent the escalation of conflicts. In conclusion, I wish you fruitful and very productive discussions, which I hope will materialize into relevant, tangible results at the end of this general debate. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So the floor will now go to the Honorable Speaker from Chile. Chile, you have the floor.
A very good afternoon. Dear colleagues, parliamentarians, it's a very wise choice to talk about parliamentary diplomacy, in particular at this forum of the Inter-Parliamentary Assembly. And it's a pleasure to speak to you on behalf of the delegation of Chile, to share with you a few thoughts about the challenges we face as parliaments, representatives of the plurality of our societies, to build bridges and ensure that we have a more peaceful world with mutual understanding, a world better fit to move forward with human development on a sustainable way that leaves no one behind. Our world is currently in turmoil, and this uncertainty is worrying for people, for their families, and for our countries. And it's a world which sees so many multiple conflicts. More than 56 states around the world are affected by armed conflict, and we see increasing polarization in our societies. We're not denying that conflicts exist. Of course, they emerge in more and more complex, plural human societies, as the studies of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute have shown. Peace isn't just the absence of armed conflict, but it's the use of other means to resolve conflicts. We always have conflicts, and democracies deal with them on a daily basis, but that doesn't mean that violence is a fatality. Parliaments show on a daily basis that peace is built through institutions that promote dialogue. Our representative nature represents a plural view and is better flexibility in terms of dealing with the different contacts that we can establish between different groups of society, and that enables a more open dialogue, the generation of broad consensus and innovative solutions that have helped us overcome conflicts that may have seemed impossible to resolve. So we can reduce tensions and we can find consensus-based, fair solutions. We need to observe international law, and international law is a key tool to build multilateral solutions that enable us to resolve conflicts in a peaceful and fair way. We need to respect the framework of international law, and that helps us rebuild peaceful coexistence. The current challenges mean that we see so many armed conflicts, and the United Nations is also there to try to build and sustain peace through consultative, dynamic, participatory mechanisms, because dialogue is the best way to try to resolve conflicts with mutual understanding. Parliamentary diplomacy can play a key role, and it has done so on a number of occasions in helping to build conflicts after conflict, build societies after conflict, and help re-establish democracy and social dialogue as conditions for human development. Very often that's what you need to build fair, inclusive peace involving all parts of society. There is a close link between peace and development, and the United Nations has drawn attention to this nexus on a number of occasions, and the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute has shown that. Parliaments play a key role in terms of adopting laws and allocating resources to the right causes in order to build the right conditions for sustainable human development, and to help us in the long term prevent the emergence of violent conflict and help deal with challenges of social inequality and situations that give rise to conflict. And this peace and development nexus is present in the roadmap that we have adopted in the 2030 Development Agenda. And that is a series of commitments, social, political, and environmental undertakings to have a people-centered approach to development. Parliaments, once again, must be at the forefront of implementation of this agenda. We must do this through our work and identify good practices, identify key challenges to address through inter-parliamentary cooperation in fora such as the Inter-Parliamentary Assembly. We mustn't forget that parliaments are responsible for building fairer, peaceful and inclusive societies that recognize that we need solid democratic institutions which are preconditions to achieving social development. The challenge of building a more peaceful world and more peaceful relations between countries and peaceful coexistence within our societies is actually at the very heart of Parliament's work. We must represent our peoples and our citizens. We must generate their expectations, their demands, and generate the conditions for peaceful coexistence, because that will promote socio-economic development for all. So parliamentary diplomacy has a key role to play in that respect, and it is shown to be a key tool to generate synergies and pool our efforts to promote a more peaceful, fairer, and prosperous world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chile. The floor goes to Bangladesh.
It is indeed a great pleasure and very special privilege for me to join the general debate at the General Assembly of 148th IPU Assembly in the beautiful city of Geneva on parliamentary diplomacy building bridges for peace and understanding. Madam President, dear parliamentarians, distinguished delegates, a very good afternoon to you all. Author Ray Dalio, in his book, Principles for Dealing with the Changing World Order, clearly states, quote, "The biggest thing affecting most people in most countries through time is the struggle to make, take, and distribute wealth and power, though they have also struggled for other things like ideology. Such struggles have massive implication in the lives of the people, creating a complex world order. Bringing about peace and understanding in such a fragmented world order requires parliaments to adopt a proactive role of parliamentary diplomacy. Parliaments need to undertake a range of international activities to increase mutual understanding between countries and nations, to serve better the cause of representation of people, fortifying democratic legitimacy. Parliaments are premier representative institutions, centerpiece of democracy, representing people and their hopes and aspirations, home of lively debates and promulgation of legislation on issues essential to the well-being of the people it represents. We parliamentarians around the globe are entrusted with the duty to bring about positive changes in the lives of the people we serve. As people's representatives, our role gives us the unique ability to create a world where everyone has an equal opportunity to attain their aspiration and no one is left behind. Parliaments must therefore work together to ensure every individual a life with human dignity. Greater voices of people must be allowed in multilateral decision-making process in order to be able to respond to multifaceted impacts of globalization which affect our lives in a fundamental way, having ramification on democracy. The changing pace of globalization creates new order of emerging economies, technology, innovation, and development. Climate change, refugee, migration, forcible displacement, conflict and war, human trafficking, terrorism, violent extremism are issues that transcend national boundaries. In this backdrop, parliaments cannot just confine its role as institutions within national periphery. Instead, parliaments and the concept of internationalization of institution of parliament is gaining momentum and is now at the center stage. Distinguished delegates, parliamentary diplomacy at all different layers within bilateral, regional, and multilateral framework proves to be instrumental in resolving complex issues through dialogue and peaceful negotiation. Developing parliamentarianism serves as an important platform in addressing transnational challenges through increased exchange and interaction between parliaments, forging strong diplomatic ties, strengthening their deliberative roles. Parliamentary diplomacy helps to create consensus in less formal settings and make democracy deliver better in responding to challenges of poverty, inequality, and bring about sustainable, inclusive, and equitable development. Thomas M. Frank stated, "Democracy is becoming a global entitlement that collective international processes, including parliamentarianism, will increasingly promote and protect." Dear parliamentarians, Bangladesh Parliament promotes parliamentary diplomacy as an effective tool through parliamentary friendship groups and its engagement with IPU, CPA, PUIC, and other inter-parliamentary forums. Under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, Bangladesh is now graduated out of this LDC status and moving towards becoming a developing country by 2026. Bangladesh Parliament envisages to build an equitable society free from poverty and exploitation, where justice, economic, social, and political will be ensured for all. Dear parliamentarians, let us, the parliaments across the globe, work together and join hands to shape the language of our politics in building our parliaments as strong, responsive, and smart institutions, nurturing the intrinsic values of equality, freedom, rule of law, respect for diversity, constitutionalism, pluralism, and tolerance. Let parliamentary diplomacy be instrumental in creating a world that can be free of poverty, hunger, war, and human sufferings, and achieve global peace and security by building bridges for the well-being of humanity, as stated by our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Thank you. May Bangladesh live forever. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Doesn't want to go, so we need another.
We can call on, yes, Namibia. You can ask if Namibia is in the room.
Namibia, I'm told Namibia is coming to take the floor. Who will?
Thank you very much, Madam President, colleagues. Firstly, let me use this opportunity to thank many of you and other colleagues from various international parliaments and organizations that extended messages of condolences to Namibia during the bereavement of our fallen beloved President, His Excellency Dr. Hage Godfrey Keinkop. Indeed, it was a sign of solidarity and brotherliness. As we may all recall, Namibia was mid-fanned by the global community, and the late president was at the midst of it all. Thank you very much for observing a minute of silence in the honor of our late president. Dear colleagues, it is a privilege for me to stand before you today and to present my country's contribution to this important debate. Let me express our gratitude to the IPU for hosting us for the 148th Assembly. This Assembly's theme gives us parliamentarians a chance to examine how parliamentary diplomacy may play a key role in fostering international understanding and peace. Given all that, the various challenges that we encounter these days, this theme is, in fact, more pertinent now than it was in the past. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important that all parliaments be rooted in the principles of dialogue and cooperation, and we should take advantage of our strength as legitimate representatives of our respective citizens to foster communication and collaboration on both at the level of domestic, regional, and international levels. Ladies and gentlemen, this IPU platform enhances parliamentary diplomacy and facilitates communication between parliamentarians from various member states. This goes beyond conventional diplomatic practice, thereby finding solutions to critical issues and getting a common ground that serves as a solution to conflict resolution. Furthermore, parliamentary diplomacy embodies principles of accountability and transparency, and it's important that we leverage all these principles, creating activities aimed at promoting peace and inclusion. We are happy to take note of the information that was provided by IPU Secretary General this morning, that have been a slight increment in women parliamentarians. In fact, in the case of Namibia, we have achieved a 50-50 gender representation at the National Assembly level. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to draw attention to the work of the IPU Task Force on Ukraine and Russia, as I believe it is noteworthy illustration of how parliamentary diplomacy can contribute towards creating bridges for understanding and peace. Although not much progress has been achieved, it demonstrates the importance of parliaments in domestic and global conflict resolution. Indeed, it is not only one of the events, but we have seen many parliamentary delegations in various parts of the world have facilitated dialogue and reconciliation through diplomatic missions, fact-finding trips, and mediation efforts. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, parliamentary diplomacy could serve as effective strategy for fostering understanding and peace in the global interconnected world. Without parliaments, we cannot foster democratic governance, resolving conflict, and encourage international cooperation, peace, and understanding. It is our wish that deliberations of this magnitude translate into tangible outcomes, better understanding, and upon new venue for peace, conflict, and resolution. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Emergency item? Well.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Before I call the next speakers who will be taking the floor, colleagues, you remember we had agreed to begin earlier so that we start voting in time before our Muslim colleagues go to break the fast. I am reliably informed that there are some talks and negotiations going on at the moment, so we are giving them a few more minutes to finish the negotiations because they will be helpful in the end of what we would want to do. So we are going to call two more speakers, and then we believe by then they would be here already. Thank you so much for your patience. So now we are going to call Bosnia and Herzegovina, followed by Zimbabwe. I think we will end there. Our colleagues will be here by then. So now, Bosnia and Herzegovina, do we have? Yes, he's already taken the floor. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I come from Bosnia and Herzegovina, multi-ethnic and multi-religious country, where members of all monotheistic religions have lived with each other for centuries. The capital of my country, Sarajevo, is called the Jerusalem of Europe because there are mosques, cathedrals, churches, synagogues built 500 years ago within only a few hundred meters. Population of Bosnia and Herzegovina is very diverse. and it's comprised of Muslims, Catholics, Orthodox Christians, and Jews. I believe that religious diversity in one society is one advantage, not a disadvantage. Every child will be richer and more tolerant if it grows up in an environment of religious and cultural differences. This is something that we will try to preserve, and I want to once again emphasize that multi-ethnicity and coexistence is the true code of my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Unfortunately, 30 years ago, my country and Western Balkans region were faced with a devastating war, and it lost hundreds of thousands of human lives and destroyed cities, homes, infrastructure, and the economy, including the genocide in Srebrenica. Because of this, and having in mind our experience, we know best the importance of the peace, and that building bridges for peace and mutual understanding is the most important task and most important goal for every government and every parliament, because without long-term peace and stability, there is no progress and development. 21st century in which we live is a time of geopolitical challenges that will lead to establishment of a new world order that will require a coherent strategy and harmonization on different national and regional orders within agreed rules, principles, and goals. And what is equally important, jointly defined limitation in ways and models of action. This is way, and that is why we in Bosnia and Herzegovina want to be partners and participants in all actions for peace and cooperation. With that in mind, I am pleased to inform you that the Parliament of Bosnia and Herzegovina hosted a significant international conference over a month ago in Sarajevo, called Members of Parliaments and Religious Leaders for Peace and Coexistence, with over 400 participants from around the world. The IPU also had its representatives on this conference, where we aim to bring together religious leaders from all religious communities and parliamentarians to jointly convey messages of mutual understanding, coexistence, and tolerance. At the final conclusion of the conference, we adopted the Sarajevo Declaration, a very important document that contains and unified those universal messages. And finally, in terms of one of the two main foreign priorities, which is EU membership, it's my honor to inform you that the European Council a few days ago decided to open negotiations with Bosnia and Herzegovina for full EU membership. That means that my country is on no backtracks for the European Union, and that we fully share values of democracy and the peace, and that we are in the line with common European foreign policy and security issues. This is a historical step forward for all citizens of my country toward lasting peace and prosperity. This is, among the rest, a result of parliamentary diplomacy. We are going to continue work to ensure peace and safe environment for all citizens in my country and in Western Balkans region, because in today's challenging times, we need not clash of civilization, but dialogue and cooperation of civilization. I hope to see you at one of the next conferences in my country, in my capital, Sarajevo. Thank you for your attention, and everyone is welcome to Sarajevo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now we have Speaker Mudenda, Zimbabwe. Thank you. Is getting up.
Madam President, fellow delegates, lend me your ears. I'm going to advise you on the emergency item. Madam President, fellow delegates, Encyclopedia Britannica defines diplomacy, including parliamentary diplomacy, as the established method of influencing the decisions and behavior of foreign governments and peoples through dialogue and negotiation and other methods short of violence. Parliamentary diplomacy, therefore, is pivotal in ensuring peaceful coexistence of states whose pedestal is justice, anchored on the tenets of the rule of law, legality, constitutionalism, and vibrant democracy for all. Accordingly, the absence of war conflicts is not a condition precedent by itself for peace and security. In this context, the 148th Assembly theme of IPU and related meetings, namely parliamentary diplomacy, building bridges for peace and understanding, is in tandem with the United Nations Charter trajectory for peace and security among the sovereign constituent states, provided for in Article 2 of the Charter, and is central to the peaceful resolution of global conflicts. It is no wonder that Crema and Passy, the IPU forebearers in 1889, underscored the dialogue and negotiation as the fulcrum for parliamentary diplomacy as provided in the IPU statutes, specifically Article 1, subsection 2, which affirms that, and I quote, as the focal point for worldwide parliamentary dialogue since 1889, the Inter-Parliamentary Union shall work for peace and cooperation among peoples and for the solid establishment of representative institutions, unquote. Thus, this is the heart and soul of parliamentary diplomacy in the search for peace and security. Madam President, fellow delegates, at the regional level, the SADC Parliamentary Forum exercised parliamentary diplomacy by calling for intervention by SADC Summit to curtail the insurgent conflict in northern Mozambique and in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo. The SADC Summit reacted positively in the spirit of collective self-defense. At the international level, parliaments attending the 144th IPU Assembly in Bali agreed to constitute a task force to exercise parliamentary diplomacy as peace-brokering effort by engaging Ukraine and Russian parliaments in order to abate the war. That effort must be vigorously sustained as the Ukraine and Russia conflict has resulted in internationally imported inflation and disrupted supply chains of goods and services in Africa as well as across Europe. In the same vein, the Middle East conflict between Israel and Gaza is now engendering destabilized global economies through the affected Suez Canal trade route. Parliamentary diplomacy must be accentuated with accelerated urgency, more so now when we are witnessing calamitous annihilation of Palestinian lives and colossal infrastructure destruction. However, history has ironically taught us that belligerents may win battles, but not the war. In time memorial, no war has ended war. The lessons of World War I and World War II are axiomatic. Both world wars claimed over 50 million lives and inflicted untold infrastructure desolation. And yet what ended these two devastating world wars was the penning off of peace accords at two roundtable conferences, respectively, driven by the hankering spirit of diplomacy and dialogue. The pen is mightier than the most lethal weapon. Accordingly, let the IPU spirit of parliamentary diplomacy and dialogue rise to the occasion and should not be found wanting. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. So now we will have the last speaker, Botswana, the speaker from Botswana, and then the right of reply will go to the emergency items. Mr. Speaker from Botswana will speak from his seat. So the technical team, please assist that. Botswana, if you can press your microphone so that they know which one to activate.
I have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Your Excellencies. May I, on behalf of my delegation, say how pleased we are to attend this session under the theme Parliamentary Democracy, which accords with our Setswana understanding, roughly translating, as the last speaker indicated, that the real war must be the war of words, of wisdom. Madam President, the conflict rage across the world, in Africa, Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and the Pacific. This conflict, together with other challenges, such as pandemics, terrorism, climate change, widening economic development, disparities across regions, geopolitical tensions, and international tensions threatening global economic prospects are evident every day. As IPU, it is crucial that we find innovative solutions to these challenges and continue to promote multilateralism as a rule-based international order, including peaceful resolution of conflicts. The Parliament of Botswana continues to promote parliamentary democracy, which entails the use of various inter-parliamentary platforms to promote Botswana's foreign relations. Recently, various Botswana parliamentary committees undertook visits to the parliaments of Mozambique, Zambia, Namibia, Uganda, and others. Furthermore, our parliament has participated in parliamentary meetings in August in this assembly the Commonwealth, in SADC, and indeed at the PAP, Pan-African Parliament, and the Caribbean and the EU organization, in the full belief that these platforms will provide a place for reasoning. Madam President, furthermore, existing partnerships with International Conservation Caucus Foundation, the International Organization for Migration, the African Group of Negotiators Expert Support, the United Nations Children's Fund, the United Nations Development Programme, and the European Union, we have provided an opportunity to enhance capacity and knowledge on climate change, migration, human trafficking, and children's rights. Parliaments should have the ability to pass laws that support peace. It is the duty of the legislature to come up with laws that will ensure that conflict is prevented. In efforts to curb conflicts, parliaments have the duty to ensure that the key aspects of peace agreements are translated into legislation and effectively implemented. Legislation should also legitimize tools to foster dialogue. This will ensure that tools being used are recognized by law. In the 21st century, Parliament's contribution to peace building has continually been under the scrutiny of the citizenry. There are increasing expectations by citizens for Parliament to be progressive and to act as an agent for peacekeeping within the parameters of our constitutional mandates. For instance, it is common in the Commonwealth countries with Westminster-inspired governance models to find that constitutional provisions provide that parliaments should legislate for peace, order, and good governance, or in accordance with similar terms to that effect. In other words, parliaments are directed to legislate and to act within the parameters of good governance, peace, and security. Within the context of Montesquieu doctrine of separation of powers, Parliament is thus expected to play a key role in safeguarding peace. Madam President, we know the important role of the IPU as a broker in issues of peacekeeping and peace building. It is in this regard that we encourage and support the Secretary General's efforts and IPU's role in providing a platform for dialogue between members of Parliament of Armenia and Azerbaijan. We hope that these efforts will lead to amicable solutions and lasting peace. One of Botswana parliamentarians, MP for Litsweli, Tau Mopani, Abu Helmina Makwija, is a member of a committee on Middle East question.
Mr. Speaker, please wind up. Mr. Speaker, please wind up. Thank you.
Please. Yes, I heard it. I heard it. We have no doubt that the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the IPU and WHO of pandemic prevention and preparedness will contribute to, in no small measure, to the realization of sustainable development goals. May I conclude, Madam President, in wishing that the 6th World Conference of Speakers of Parliament scheduled for August 2025 will yet be another global event that will be progressive, show progress for international peace and tranquility. I thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. India had requested the right of reply. You have 2 minutes. Please be brief.
Respected Chair, I am Harivans, Deputy Chairman, Council of States of India. I take the floor to reject the preposterous comments made by Pakistan against my country. India is the largest democracy in the world, and I'm privileged that many consider the Indian democracy a model to be emulated. Lectures by a country which has an abysmal track record of democracy is laughable, to say the least. It would have been better if Pakistan did not undermine the importance of a platform like IPU by such absurd allegations and false narratives. As regards the Union territories of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, they have been and will always remain an integral and inalienable part of India. No amount of rhetoric and propaganda from anyone can override this fact. Instead, Pakistan would be well advised to stop its terror factories that continue to launch countless cross-border terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir while farcically claiming to champion the cause of human rights. IPU members are well aware that Pakistan has an established history of harboring, aiding, and actively supporting terrorists. Let me recall that Osama bin Laden, the face of global terror, was found in Pakistan. Madam Speaker, the country Pakistan holds the ignoble record of hosting one of the largest number of terrorists proscribed by the UN Security Council. I trust that Pakistan will draw the correct lessons for the good of its own people. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, now we go to our second item of the agenda, which is emergency items. And we have received 6 items to be considered by the Assembly as emergency items. And the 4 of them, which I believe you probably have the text, one was submitted by South Africa with the support of the Arab group and the Africa geopolitical group. And the second one was submitted by Israel. The third one, Indonesia and Malaysia. And the 4th one by Denmark, France, Hungary, Ireland, Portugal, Sweden, and the United Kingdom. The 5th one was submitted by Argentina on behalf of the delegations of Ecuador, Guyana, Peru, Trinidad and Tobago, and Uruguay. And the 6th one was submitted by the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I have been informed that the 3 first items, which is South Africa, in this and this, no?
Just this and this.
Yeah, so it's South Africa and this then.
And yes, and Denmark.
Yes, so it's South Africa and this.
Yes, yes.
So I have been informed that the 2 items which were submitted by South Africa and Denmark on behalf of France, Hungary, Ireland, Portugal, Sweden, and United Kingdom, they had some engagements, and so they will be presenting here jointly, South Africa and Denmark, and then we will go to the rest. So now, let me request the Secretary General to give us the procedure of how this will be handled. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. The Assembly has before it, as you have just indicated, 6 items, emergency items for consideration. But she has also said there are ongoing negotiations for possible joint statements or joint texts that will be presented to you. And that is why we are starting this meeting late. But formally, you have 6 items. And Madam President, since the Assembly will only be able to submit, or rather to include 1 emergency item on its agenda. There are 6 currently, but possibly there will be 4 if, or rather, yes, 5 if some items are merged. I suggest that pending the submission of the
text that I believe has been negotiated between the South Africa, the Arab group, and the the Africa group and the 12+ group, pending the submission of that text to you, and I think it will be distributed to you in a moment, we can go ahead and consider the other proposals that are still on the table, and then we can come back at the end to discuss that possible merge proposal before you proceed to an election. So, Madam President, according to the rules, you will take each item, you'll give the proponent of that item 3 minutes to present the case, and then if there is any objection to the proposal, you'll give the floor to one delegate to express their views against that, and I think it's also 3 minutes. There is no debate, no substantive debate on the proposals. You move on to the next item, and when you have heard all the items that are on the table, we will proceed to a formal vote. And at that stage, I will be pleased to inform you of the procedure that we use to carry out that vote. Thank you, Madam President.
Dear colleagues, you will remember, I think, in the light of what the Secretary General has said and also what the rules say, we all have to be mindful of what happened in Angola, Luanda, where each one of the groups and also the people who submitted their emergency items stuck to their guns, and we weren't able to discuss any. So you have to take into account, as you're busy negotiating, we shouldn't reach a point where this assembly will equally leave with all those items not being discussed. So you have to take that into account, and I mean, we are watching ourselves, but also the world is watching. We are an international parliamentary body. We must say something. That said, I would now go back to the items that have been submitted and give you a chance to address the Assembly. In the same spirit, I am hoping we will all be internalizing how we are going to vote to make sure IPU says something about what is happening in the Middle East. I will now call on the head of delegation from South Africa, who is going to submit on behalf, or rather with the support of the Arab group and the African group. Madam.
Where do we press?
Just a second, please. Just 1 second. Just, if you may, just 1 second.
Are you done with her?
Can we?
Okay, so I'm informed that South Africa will be presenting together with 12+. So please join her and then allocate between yourselves who wants to present which text, and then we will be listening. You have the floor. Both of you have the floor. Technician, please, it's not working at that. Okay, it's working now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President of the IPU, all delegates present. First and foremost, I want to put this disclaimer that we have been negotiating with a group of 12, but because of certain differences, or at least on the issue of political detainees, we couldn't find agreement. The Africa group have proposed that we go to our original proposal. So as a representative of the South African Parliament, I'm reaching out to you with immense urgency and concern regarding the unfolding humanitarian crisis in the Gaza and the ongoing conflict between the Palestine and Israel. It is absolutely imperative that we rally collective support behind this item titled Raising Awareness of the International Court of Justice Provisional Measures in relation to Palestinians in Gaza and of the need for urgent action on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Close quote. Our crucial proposal underscores a series of critical actions that, if backed by our collective effort, can catalyze positive change and relieve the immense suffering of civilians in the region, particularly women and children. Moreover, it is imperative to emphasize the profound importance of the International Court of Justice's judgment and provisional measures that stands for Israel. This judgment stands to provide a legal and diplomatic framework for addressing the conflict and its humanitarian consequences, setting a precedent for the international community in addressing similar situations in the future. I implore you to support our item and join us in advocating for the urgent measures outlined in our proposal. Essentially, these encompass raising awareness, releasing of hostages, providing humanitarian aid, preventing violations of international law, fostering dialogue and negotiations, and actively supporting the two-state solution. By securing your support, we collectively demonstrate our shared commitment to upholding multilateralism, addressing humanitarian crises, upholding international law, fostering peace and ensuring the protection and well-being of individuals affected by the conflict. Your backing of these measures will serve as a resounding testament for our unified dedication to promoting peace and security in the region. This proposal was supported by the African group, by the Arab group, by Malaysia, as well as Indonesia. This proposal from South Africa, and I earnestly request your careful consideration and support for this crucial initiative, as your collaboration in this endeavor will be instrumental in effective positive change in a region that is in urgent need of our collective action. I thank you. Ke a leboga, enkosi.
So there's no agreement.
Mr. Andries, on behalf of the 12 plus, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, we went all to very tough discussions, I think, in your groups and your delegations. And it's good that we can discuss, because we are all in democratic countries where we try to come to a consensus or to an agreement. Till some minutes ago, we discussed still with the Arabic group, with the African group, to find a common ground. And I'm convinced that we found now a common ground, and if I'm well informed, you all get now the proposal of let us say, a variant of the emergency item. Because if something is clear, we cannot go home without finding a resolution based on the emergency item concerning Palestine and Israel. I think that's clear for all of you. And in each text that we have seen, there are good things in. And in some texts you have to discuss maybe and look for legal advice. But at least we have a common ground. And so I will now read what is this common ground. What we have, let us say, the proposal by the African group, the Arab group, and the 12 plus group. Raising awareness of the International Court of Justice, provisional measures in relation to Gaza, and of the need for urgent action on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. This is the title. And then we propose 4 things. Immediate ceasefire to protect civilians on all sides. Immediate release of all hostages on all sides. Immediate and uninterrupted delivery of humanitarian assistance, and respect for international law, inter alia, the International Court of Justice and the Geneva Conventions. And these are then based on the proposed by South Africa, Algeria, Denmark, France, even Malaysia and Indonesia. And if you can vote on this, because this is only one paragraph, but this is the common ground. And then tomorrow, then we have our drafting committee, where each geopolitical group has to appoint 2 persons to this drafting committee. And there we have to find more paragraphs, more descriptions, etc. Because we have still some discussion about, for example, political destinies. Is this now good or not good to put it in? I need legal advice. I don't need that, or maybe I need it. But this is the question then for our drafting committee tomorrow, so that we can come to, let us say, a resolution based on this emergency item, which can have a huge majority voted in the General Assembly on Tuesday. Thank you very much for your support.
Mr. President, before you go, Mr. President, before you go, so that we are clear on the table before you go, we want to be sure, because in the event that we go to voting, will we be having only one and then the text will be worked on later? Are we going to have only one between you and South Africa?
That is the discussion that we had with the South African group and with the Arab group, to start with this one as emergency item. And then we go further on in the drafting committee to see what we can add as extra paragraphs, more extensions, etc. But this is now the basic, and even the title is the basic, which is the most important thing. And the title is Raising Awareness of the International Court of Justice, Provisional Measures on the Relation to Gaza and of the need for urgent action on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. This is what we agreed with the different political groups, geographical groups.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me have what you read as a topic so that I can check whether it's the same with South Africa, and then I will advise the House properly. Let me have that topic, please. No. Now we will go to Israel. The immediate, Mr. Danon, please, you have the floor.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, members of Parliament, dear colleagues, I stand here today in front of you representing the State of Israel, a nation which was forced into a war with the radical terrorist organization of Hamas. I listened to the representative from South Africa supporting the Hamas terrorists, calling them political detainees. Do you know that you are protecting the savages who attacked us on October 7th, who kidnapped innocent children, killed their parents in front of them? Do you know that you are protecting the animals who raped young children and videotaped it? Yes, that's what they did. And they will do the same to you. Yes. Do you know that you represent the Hamas terrorist organization? If you want to represent the Hamas terrorist organization, you support South Africa today. We will not stop. We will make any effort necessary to release our parents, to release our siblings, to release our children who are being held by Hamas. Imagine it would have been your mother, your sister, your daughter, who was suffering ongoing atrocities. It didn't end on October 7th. As we speak, 134 hostages, young girls, babies, being raped and tortured. Imagine it would have been your family. How would you vote today about supporting South Africa, protecting so-called political detainees?
Sorry, Honorable Danny. There is a, hold on.
We are willing.
Hold on. Hold on, Danon. Hold on. Let's have order. I have seen you, Belgium, but we have a point of order requested by Palestine. Yes. Palestine? Who is this?
Palestine. شكرا سيدة الرئيسة.
Just wait.
Hold on. You have the floor.
They will come to you.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة.
شوية.
كنت أتوقع.
Thank you.
Can you shut up, please? Can you shut up? Let me say what I want to say.
Somebody is speaking. I'm also protecting you. Please. Yeah. We are now listening to Palestine. Sorry. I'm informed. Sorry, Palestine. Sorry. I'm informed you are the ambassador?
No, I am member of the parliament. I am member of the delegation, Madam President, not ambassador.
No, wait a second.
It's registered there.
Sorry, Palestine. Let me verify that. I'm being informed here that you are an ambassador. I'm sorry.
I am ambassador, yes, but I am member of the parliament. I am member of the delegation. It's registered there in your documents.
I think you have other delegates there. They can raise the point so that the House is in order.
Madam President, I am member of the delegation because I am member of the parliament.
Hold on.
Yeah. Martin, you know that.
Martin is saying Rahim Christ.
Okay, I am informed here that he's registered as a member of parliament, so he has a right to address us. Palestine, you have the floor.
It should not be happening because you know that I am a member of parliament, and Martin especially knows that since 10 years ago. It's not a new discovery. Please.
Hold on, so that we are on the same page.
Okay.
When I'm told something, and you can see I'm wearing specs, when I'm told something, I have to make sure of it before I come back to you. I have now given you the floor. Please take the floor and address your point of order.
Fine. But Madam President, يعني أنا لا أفهم كيف يتم قيادة.
Madam President, I don't really understand how the work of this assembly is being led, particularly with respect to the emergency item. We have here a representative of a criminal regime. I don't understand how he can take the floor. The Minister for War on the 9th of October said, we are at war against human animals. And we have just heard the same expression. It is shameful that such language is being used. How can we accept that kind of language? That is defamatory. How can the floor be given to this person? There is a need.
The language that was used by Israeli, you're also echoing the same on the first part of your statement. I think, dear colleagues, let's hear him, let him finish, and then we keep moving.
هو الذي استخدم سيد الرئيس كان عليك أن توقفيه. هو الذي بدأ بذلك الكلام الغير إنساني والغير أخلاقي.
You're also doing the same like what he has done. That cannot be a point of order. But you can be given a right of reply if you need to. But in terms of the rules, you are using the same language which he has used. So you're not giving the president any chance to rule who is actually using a better language in this
He
house.
was started by that, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Madam President.
You should block him.
We haven't heard even one condemnation from the Palestinian Authority about October 7th, and we are waiting. This is not the way you should conduct your manners. Madam President, we are willing to stop our military efforts immediately. All it would take is Hamas surrendering and releasing our hostages. That's what we want. releasing our hostages. We have no desire to go into Gaza. We have no desire to fight in Gaza. We haven't started this war. It was brought upon us. We urgently call for the immediate release of our hostages held by the Hamas terrorist group in Gaza. We demand global condemnation of the Hamas terrorist organization and its sponsor, the Islamic Republic of Iran. We expect from you to condemn what happened, to demand non-state actors to take actions in order to release our hostages. We understand that none of us is happy with the scenes that we are watching coming from Gaza. But if one of you in this floor can give me today another way for Israel to release the hostages, I will come and see you, including the Palestinian Authority. Give us another way to bring our boys and girls back home, and we will listen to that. But all we hear is condemnations and demands and resolutions. We respect you all, but you have to understand that we have to respect our people. And that's exactly what is expected from each one of you today, to have moral clarity and not to vote about what South Africa wanted. With the resolution, by the way, they submitted today, they went to the International Court and they failed, but they brought the same arguments to the IPU. Failed, yes, failed. Madam President, we must be resolute in the face of evil and ensure that the lessons of history guide us toward a brighter and safer future for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I can't. Okay, now who would like to take the floor to speak against?
Against?
Against, what's that? Please hold it properly. Ireland. Okay, Ireland, you have the right of reply.
Sorry, just that...
Sorry, right to object, sorry. Right to object.
I want to answer that man. He said there's no other solution in what they're doing in Gaza. That Israeli man there who spoke, telling lots of lies. He said there's no other way except what they're doing to get the hostages released. And he said if anybody has a solution other than what they're doing, we have solutions. In Ireland, we had similar problems in the north. So if he wants to talk to us, we will help him. Because what they're doing now has not released the hostages. It has not led to any resolution. It has led to thousands of Palestinian children dying. Thousands have died in what they are doing. Killing their people has resolved nothing. We have learned. We had 800 years of British invasion in Ireland, and we still managed to find a solution, but it was from putting down our guns, not from picking up more guns, which is what the Israelis keep doing now. Not the Israeli people, I do not blame them. They have a right to get their hostages back, and the Israeli families have been failed by the Israeli government because they keep killing Palestinians and they're not getting their hostages back. It is not working. Israel has failed, and they must put down their arms before they make any demands. We need a full ceasefire now. Nothing else will work. So he can come and talk to Ireland. We'll tell him how it's done.
Thank you very much, Ireland. So we take it that Ireland rejects that proposal. The proposal by Israel. You reject Ireland.
I was answering the man's question. He wanted resolutions other than killing innocent people. And I'm offering them to him. We have them in Ireland.
Okay. There was somebody. Canada. Okay, Canada, point of order.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Just procedurally, a point of clarification. Typically during debate, there's clearly a proposal that is put forward, one speaker for, then the chair would ask for a speaker against. So I think what would benefit this room right now is to understand what proposals are on the floor, who has spoken in favor, and who has spoken against. That way there can be a speaking order for the interventions against. I think that would help if you could clarify that.
Okay. At the moment, the proposal which was put forward by South Africa was not, did not have any person who took the position against. No, not now, because she has already finished. That's how it works. No, you usually rise if you need the floor. Okay, the second one, which was presented by the president of president of the 12+ on behalf of Denmark and the rest of the countries, was also done. But I'm being reminded here that I did not ask. All right. Now the third one is the one that was presented by Israel, which was presented by Israel, and then Ireland rejected it. So now,
it doesn't influence the outcome of the vote. It can allow procedural.
okay.
They are allowed to.
Okay, I'm being reminded here that even if somebody hadn't risen, they hadn't requested the floor, I should have asked for people to show up.
Correct.
Okay, now that they did not, I can see Canada, you're going, you want to go against which one? South Africa or the president of 12+?
First of all,
wait, let me,
just to clarify, so what is on the table right now is the South African proposal, the Denmark proposal, to which the Belgian leader of the G12 spoke in favor of, correct? And the Israeli proposal, is that correct?
Yes, but there are more that I'm still ready.
Okay,
there
okay,
are more.
but so far that there's no combined proposal. Okay, thank you. So then I would like to speak to the South African proposal.
Go ahead, you
Thank
have the floor.
Colleagues, every single parliament around the world right now and every single country is dealing with the incredible humanitarian crisis.
Okay, Canada, hold on. I see there is a point of order here. Belgium, sorry. So wait for the red. Wait for the red. Technician, Belgium, please. Can Belgium?
Yes, thank you.
Please, you have the floor.
The proposal that I have brought in front of you was the combined proposal, what I've said, Africa, Arabic, and 12+ group. And this text you have mentioned, you have got it on the table. So that was already a combined proposal. It's not the proposal of Denmark and France, to be clear. So this was already the combined proposal.
Okay, now before Canada you take the floor, I have been advised here that South Africa has gone back to its original proposal. Yes. Hold on, let me hear from South Africa because they are the ones with their motion. South Africa?
Yes, we are here.
Are you?
Yes, President.
Okay, I have seen you. Now I am asking you, in the light of the discussion that is going on, did you go back to your original proposal, or you're going with your proposal with the text of the topic, at least, of what you had discussed with 12+?
Chairperson, if I may, we have been discussing with the representatives from the group of 12. There was one area that we couldn't reach consensus on, and that is on the issue of inclusion, of release of hostages, and that is the point, political detainees. Because we couldn't agree on that, the supporters of our resolution
our item requested that we revert to our original text. That is the South African original emergency item. And if I may, I will request the representative from Israel to properly read the South African proposal.
No, it's not South Africa who was speaking. Sorry, it wasn't Israel who was speaking, so it was somebody else. Now, sorry, Canada, bear with me a little bit. Belgium.
We were sitting here in the front, South Africa and myself, and we concluded, South Africa, that we will mention the discussion that we still have on this wording, that you would mention it, that I would mention it, and that we postpone the discussion finally to the drafting committee, so that we have a huge majority for this combined proposal of draft resolution. That was what we discussed here in front of. And I can understand, and I was also not happy with the wording and the narrative of Israel, because this brings us not together, and contrary. And I can understand that maybe based on that you change your mind now. But we had an agreement, South Africa.
Okay. Okay, under the circumstances, and since we really would all want to come up with something, if I could request the president of the 12+ and South Africa, in the meantime, as we are heading towards voting, if you could go, please, just in this house, sit together and agree on something, whatever it is that you had agreed before, so that the House is properly advised on how to go about it. Otherwise, we will be going back and forth. While we are heading to Canada now, Michelle, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, there are 3 things that need to immediately happen. A ceasefire that will protect civilians on both sides. I think that's something we are all praying for. The release of all hostages, and the immediate and unimpeded delivery of humanitarian assistance. If this...
make me understand.
I am speaking against the South African motion. I'm just using a preamble.
Okay.
But I'm hoping my South African colleague will listen.
Okay.
These colleagues, for everyone in here, if you look in the text of the South African proposal, it does not include a clear call for a ceasefire. So I just get everybody to look in the South African proposal. The South African proposal does not call for a ceasefire to protect civilians on both sides. So therefore, colleagues, I would ask that we support the Denmark proposal, or if these 2 proposals can be brought together so that we can have a clear, immediate call to action coming out of this room that is simple and that respects the fact that those are the 3 most urgent things that need to happen in order to move forward in a peaceable manner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And now, in the same way, so that we don't have the back and forth, the proposal that was brought to us by 12+, is there anybody who wants to speak against? Nigeria. Nigeria, you have the floor.
Okay, wait. You have the floor. Madam President, this is a lone voice from Nigeria. We tried our best in Angola, and we failed to lend a collective voice towards what is happening in Gaza. Today, the world is very expectant. We must drop ego. It has nothing to do with which country brings a proposal. The basic tenets of humanity demand that we live here with resolution for the rest of the world, to show that we have humane feelings in us. The issues are very clear. If you notice what the proposal from 12+, they attempted to even marry the proposals from South Africa. And South Africa, yes, they have a right to be emotional. But we have children who are dying, even as we are talking now. We have people who cannot see water to drink, even as we are talking now. We have those who are going to suffer from infections due to gunshots. We have to show the world that we are human beings. Cessation of hostilities must be part of our resolution. Access to humanitarian aid must be part of our resolution. At the same time, release of hostages and even those who are possibly prisoners of war. Because if both sides should take a step, releasing the hostages, releasing the prisoners of war, it means that both sides have agreed that the international community can go to the next step, which is negotiation for sustainable peace. So if they cannot agree, I will urge that from here, we can have a small 3-man drafting committee to come up with those resolutions which we must make here before we leave here. We can no longer allow a child to die tonight without lending a voice. It doesn't matter which side. We are all parents. If we come here to look for ego and then try to, it's not affecting them. There's nothing that is affecting Denmark here. There's nothing that is affecting South Africa. The people affected are over there. And then, of course, nobody will agree to the loan resolution from Israel. It must be all-encompassing so that we stand up from here as human beings. That will be my plea. Let them go aside, meet and remove those vexatious items. In the course of discussions, we can have amendments. We can add items that we feel we should add, but we must discuss the Gaza issue in this 148th IPU Assembly. That's my position.
Thank you. Now we move to
Belgium. Let's see. He wants to react.
Belgium. I can see you have raised your flag.
We're not supposed to do this, but in the interest of
Thank you. And thank you to Algeria, because till now, Nigeria. Till now, sorry, thank you to Nigeria, excuse me. But till now, we were discussing about wording like political prisoners, political detainees, etc. Now, I ask to South Africa and to Algeria, who is also the chair of the African group. Can we agree on release of all hostages and prisoners of wars? If we can agree on that, maybe we can just break for 5 minutes and then we have a solution. And then we can go with one text from all the different groups. Can we agree on that? Yes, we can.
Look at that, they're happy. Yeah, look at that.
This has been crazy. By the way, thank you.
Which country? Georgian. Okay. These are very important matters, and we all have to try as much as possible to make sure this works out. But that said, I can see they are already leaving the room. Those who are going to to negotiate on these emergency items, so let them go. And then I would like now to recognize, before we move to Indonesia and Malaysia, I would like to recognize Jordan. He has risen his flag up. Jordan, you have the floor.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة.
Now,
thank you, Madam.
I would request that we don't leave many of us, because the negotiations will take longer when there are so many voices. let just few people go. South Africa, president of 12 Plus and president of Africa Geopolitical Group and president of the Arab Group can take leave from outside so that the meeting can continue. Jordan, you have the floor, please.
شكرا سيدتي الرئيسة وشكرا على سعة.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for giving me the floor, and thank you for your patience.
Andres, I don't think you need an entire group like that. There will be no negotiations. Let's have a few of you. You can't negotiate an entire group like that. Okay. Jordan, please, you have the floor.
شكرا السيدة الرئيسة. شكرا.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your indulgence, your understanding. It is indeed the case that we have to reach consensus on the emergency item. The South African proposal was supported by the Arab group and by the African group. We agreed on the language proposed by South Africa, and we agreed with Indonesia and Malaysia's language too. Now there seems to be disagreement on one area. The 12 Plus group is insisting on the freeing of the hostages and is insisting on that. We, however, had reached agreement on a language. We might be able to settle this matter if we talk about the release of hostages and of the political prisoners held by Israel. So let's talk about the release of hostages on the one hand and political prisoners on the other. And if that is the case, if we could agree that wording, we might well be able to reach consensus on the consolidated text. The world is watching. We have to show courage and ambition. We have to reach agreement on this emergency item. Let me remind you how many untruths the representative of Israel uttered. We have written reports saying that over 50% of the people of Gaza is starving. We have had statements showing that there is a famine threatening the people in Gaza. The WHO has also made a statement on this tragedy. There is disease spreading, that famine is threatening women and children. And we also know today that the Zionist occupying force is refusing to bend to international law, refuses to respect international law. As a democratic organization, we cannot accept these defamatory statements and these shameful lies that actually deny us our fundamental rights.
But Jordan, the intervention of Jordan is actually what our colleagues have gone outside to do. So they have gone there so that they can agree on a text that we can all agree on. Parliamentary diplomacy for peace in Palestine, Indonesia and Malaysia. Dr. F. Zon, you have the floor.
Madam President, Excellencies, honorable delegates, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Let me begin by emphasizing that we are still in silence against the continuous Israeli attacks and bombardment of Gaza. We know that attacks and bombings were disproportionate in scale. We see on the screen and the news that countless lives of civilians, and still counting, gone. We understand that international law, including international humanitarian law, is being completely disrespected and negligently ignored, and this is happening again and again, and yet we remain silent. Delegates, what was happening in Luanda, Angola, when we failed to express a united common stance towards the situation in Gaza was not because of divisions, it was because we remain in silence. We are blind to what is happening due to international politics and double standards. What troubled me much was we proposed an emergency item to stop the war. Stop the war, and we as the IPU failed to make it a common stance. We should and cannot let that happen again anymore at this August Assembly. Honorable delegates, Palestinians are risking from slow and staggering ethnic cleansing caused by the Israeli attacks. The clear indication of such are when numerous Israeli officials express statements implying genocidal rhetoric and total destruction of Gaza. When hundreds of people were killed by Israeli military force while desperately trying to reach aid trucks, when we continue to see a flagrant violation of the international values that we hold most dear. Delegates, IPU should express an opinion on what is happening in the Gaza Strip. We have witnessed a disaster beyond catastrophic, blessed by those who hold power in international arena. We have seen vague words to address the already worsening situation without full humanitarian consciousness of its root causes since the beginning. Our silence to this war and humanitarian tragedy is a humanity unrest. Today's resolution proposed by Indonesia and Malaysia aims to return our sense to where it belongs. We seek to uphold international law, including international humanitarian law, and express a parliamentary position to prevent any further blatant violation of these international norms by Israel. I thank South Africa for taking the initiative to dispute Israel for the application of the Genocide Convention in the Gaza Strip at the ICJ. With a view that our main proposal is for the IPU to express its position against the unfolding tragedy in Gaza, Indonesia and Malaysia have discussed with our South African colleagues and come an agreement for a united common stance with the inclusion of our general positions and basic understanding. We must uphold international law to prevent further genocide from happening in Gaza and address the humanitarian tragedy there. For that to happen, one resolution shall be expressed and voted for. Indonesia and Malaysia, therefore, suggest the withdrawal of our emergency item, merging and aligning our position with our colleague from South Africa. May this resolution be an expression of thankfulness during this holy month of Ramadan. Ramadan Mubarak. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Thank you so much, Indonesia and Malaysia. So since they have withdrawn their motion, then there will be no reply. There will be no against. Okay, so we go to the fifth one, which is submitted by Argentina on behalf of the delegations of Ecuador, Guyana, Peru, Trinidad and Tobago, and Uruguay. Ms. Crexelli from Argentina and Speaker Nadir from Guyana. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, we're here to present you with an issue which we believe is very, very important, linked to the erosion of our electoral systems. We've seen a situation in our region, but we believe that it's an international issue, and that is the political repression of opposing political parties. And very often this happens when governments get into power through free and fair elections, and then they become more and more autocratic and start persecuting political opponents and end up staying in power and denying these people their legitimate fundamental rights. In Venezuela, 20 years ago, an autocratic regime came to power and they banned political opponents and they denied the Venezuelan people the opportunity to elect their representatives. And this has generated an enormous humanitarian crisis that's had an impact throughout the region with forced migration. Many people have had to flee the country because of poverty and the indignity in which they've had to live. So we wanted to bring this emergency item to your attention. We believe that it's an international issue. It's not just affecting our region. We've seen many countries around the world facing similar challenges and an erosion of their electoral systems. And I believe that it's very damaging for people all over the world. And allow me to give the floor now to my colleague.
Mr. Crexel, I want to add that Venezuela is not here because of the lack of parliamentary democracy. Parliamentary diplomacy starts with parliamentary democracy, and the suspension of Venezuela, contrary to what some here in this room is peddling, that Venezuela was suspended because of non-payment of dues. It was not. It was based on the issue of not having a democratically elected parliament. Also, the largest violation of human rights of MPs that the IPU have recorded singularly and collectively is against Venezuela. And all this resolution is calling for is for democratic elections to be held in Venezuela, one of the founding principles of the IPU. And I urge, like the Commonwealth of Nations, and like several of you here who have said to me, I urge that we support this resolution. This resolution is action of IPU for democracy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's Ecuador. Excuse me, Ecuador, you're part of this. Do you want to go against? Because you're listed here as one of the countries.
No.
You cannot speak against because you're part of it.
Oh.
La persona que firmó no es parlamentaria.
Okay, hold on.
Sí, yo soy la única parlamentaria.
I'm the only parliamentarian in the delegation.
Says that the person who subscribed to this was not a parliamentarian. She's the only
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President. Madam President. Ecuador hasn't signed and supported this item. The only parliamentarian is myself, Palmana Aguirre, and I haven't signed any indication of support for this emergency item. So please, could you delete Ecuador from the support of this emergency item? We are not going to sign anything condemning Venezuela, which is a sovereign and independent country.
Okay, so first of all, Ecuador, we apologize for what has happened. We had received information, but we didn't know where it was coming from. So we will delete the name Ecuador in this as part of the delegations that have supported this. So we remove that. Thank you very much for raising that to us. So that was a point of information. And now I have seen Cuba, who is going now to speak against this proposition, because that was point of information. So Cuba, you have the floor against the motion.
Sí, buenas tardes.
A very good afternoon, President. Cuba doesn't want to take up too much time, because we're not going to get into the substance here, but we just wanted to indicate that when we are discussing issues of life and death of our peoples, on this item which has been proposed against the sovereign free people of Venezuela, we oppose the draft resolution which has been submitted, because this is an attempt to interfere with the internal affairs of states and violate international law. So what we can ask for any people in the world is to respect their rights as a free and sovereign people. Venezuela is acting in conformity with its laws and constitution. Thank you.
We have already the against the motion. Now we go to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mr. Mbata Betukumesu, you have the floor.
Okay.
Congo?
Congo,
is not here?
No, they're there. They're there.
Is not here?
Congo is there.
Bolivia?
They're coming down. No. You can't.
Point of order.
Point of order, please press your microphone so that it reads green. Technician, please allow Bolivia, please.
Point of order.
Point of order, yeah. You have the floor, Bolivia.
Gracias.
Thank you, President. Could the Secretariat please explain what happens in these cases? No country can put another country's name on the list of sponsors without their consent. That would be cheating and deceitful. And I think there must be something in the rules of procedure about this. I don't know if that means the proposal falls, but at least for those who put the name of a different country without their consent need to apologize. Thank you.
The point has been noted, and I will be finding out in the course of this what actually happened. So thank you so much for raising it up, and then we will address that matter.
I think we can address it very quickly. The lady said. So an Ecuadorian staff member did commit. So we just
okay. Okay, from the explanation, I'm being advised here that when Ecuador took the floor, she said she was the only member of parliament here, but the person who actually brought the name of Ecuador in this resolution is a member of staff. So we don't know whether it's a member of staff from Ecuador or from where, but I think.
Yes, from her staff.
From her staff, okay. So it's a member of staff from Ecuador who was probably sitting together with this. So thank you. Congo, DRC Congo, sorry. Democratic Republic of Congo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm now going to read the draft resolution presented by the Democratic Republic of Congo on the situation in this country, which is worse than Gaza, worse than Ukraine, and on which the international community has been keeping quiet. It is in French. Projet de résolution présenté par la délégation de la République démocratique.
Draft resolution submitted by the Democratic Republic of Congo. The 148th Inter-Parliamentary Assembly reaffirms in the strongest terms, the principles governing the civilized community of nations and its attachment to the principles of sovereignty, independence, non-interference in internal affairs, respect for human rights, and territorial integrity with regard to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Deeply concerned by the security situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, where the M23 terrorist group has taken and is occupying vast territories in the east of the country. Considering the conclusions of the group of experts of United Nations concerning the direct intervention of the Rwandan Defense Forces on the territory of the Democratic Republic of Congo and the support given by Rwanda to the M23 terrorist group. Noting that the presence and actions of foreign armed groups in and against the DRC, as well as their harmful effects on the environment and development, violate the principles of international law enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, the Constitutive Act of the African Union, and several other relevant international instruments. Considering the disastrous humanitarian situation and the suffering imposed by the M23 and its allies on the civilian population of the Democratic Republic of Congo, in particular human rights violations such as massacres, murders, and forced displacements, affecting in particular women and children as the main victims of conflict and violence. Considering also that the illegal exploitation and trade in natural resources of the Democratic Republic of Congo are one of the true causes of the current crisis in the east of the country, and that they must therefore be brought to an end. Endorsing the cause of the international community for the M23 to stop fighting and withdraw from the occupied territories of the DRC, and urging neighboring countries, in particular Rwanda, to stop supporting this terrorist movement. Convinced that the security situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo constitutes a threat to peace and international security under the terms of the Charter of the United Nations. 1. Strongly condemns the actions of the M23 and any foreign support, principally from Rwanda, for this terrorist movement, and requests its immediate withdrawal from the occupied territories of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Calls for an immediate end to the war, occupation, violence, and humanitarian crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Urges the international community to become more involved and speak out, abandon its silence. And become involved in ending the crisis by applying sanctions to the parties concerned in the event of non-compliance, and by prosecuting the perpetrators of war crimes, genocide, crimes against humanity, and other serious human rights violations in the DRC.
Looking at the situation, the DRC wanted the international community to take note of what is going on. So we urge your office, Madam President, we urge the African group that we are going to side with the resolution presented by the African group by South Africa. But next time, please, we want the international community to consider what is going on in the DRC, to ask Rwanda to stop its intervention in the DRC and the violation of human rights in this country. So we want the support of the international community next time around, Madam President. We want this to be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the item has been withdrawn, so we will not be asking for any delegation that is going to rise against. That said,
Yes.
Okay. I have been informed here that our colleagues who had gone out to try and talk to each other and see if they can come up with a compromised version of the emergency item, they have not been able to reach consensus. That said, because the proposal that was presented by the president of 12+ was a joint one in the context that they were going together with the South African one. Now that they have reverted back to the original texts, South Africa has gone back to the original text, and so is Denmark and France going back to the original text. That said, it requires now Denmark to present their original text, not a compromised one. So I'm going to give the floor to Denmark for them to present, and then we'll start voting.
Dear colleague and friends, there's a point of order up there. I don't know if I said something wrong. Dear colleague and friends, the situation is very grave. We should not repeat what happened in Luanda. We need to discuss and take a stand on what's going on in Gaza. We have to make a resolution. We have tried from the Denmark side and approved by a lot of other countries, France and so on, to try to keep it very brief, because we know that every time we expand the wording, there is more reasons for disagreement. So therefore, we have tried to make a very brief statement and appeal to other groups to join. And we were very happy. We were very happy that we succeeded in making a compromise with South Africa and the Arabic Union. But we was also very disappointed when South Africa decided not to accept the compromise, but to put forward their own proposal. Therefore, we have to put forward our original proposal, even though we wanted to have a compromise, and even though if you vote on the proposal we put forward in the drafting committee, of course, we would reach out to all others to find a compromise. And what is the point in the proposal made by Denmark and France, and later supported by Sweden, Hungary, United Kingdom, Portugal, Ireland, Iceland? It's very, very short. It's called for a humanitarian solution on the conflict in the Middle East. And then it had 4 points. And these 4 points are exactly the same as there was in the common agreement with South Africa, which they didn't stood to. That's 1, immediately ceasefire to protect civilians on all sides. It's 2, immediately release of all hostages. It's 3, immediately and unimpeded delivery of humanitarian assistance. And it is respect for international laws. That is our 4 points. And we think that everybody could agree on that 4 points. Perhaps we can agree on some more. Very good, we can negotiate that tomorrow. But today we have to start by approving this 4 point as our starting point for what we think and what we go for. We are not going to take long resolutions. We are going to take actions, and we are going to appeal for actions, and these 4 points appeal for actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody against? Any delegation against? There is none. Thank you. Jordan. Okay, Rwanda, I have recognized you. I will give you a chance. Okay, I'll give you a chance to speak. Jordan, against the proposal put forward by Denmark.
Thank you, Madam President. Jordan was part of the Arab group that expressed support for the proposal by South Africa. What was mentioned right now by the representative of Denmark He said that the disagreement was on 4 main points that could have been discussed during the drafting committee or within the drafting committee. Madam President, I wish to object to one thing, and I want to clarify things to everyone. We could have agreed on the content. We could have agreed on the title, and leave the content itself to the drafting committee, to be agreed upon in the drafting committee. But mentioning the release of hostages without mentioning the political detainees and prisoners and those who have been detained by the Israeli authorities, including children, women in Gaza and the West Bank, this is something that would be misleading and would be biased with one side against another. Therefore, we stand ready to cooperate with everyone, and we want this organization that works on strengthening peace and security and has focused in 2024 on international peace and security. If everyone is being treated equally, if we talk about the release of hostages as well as the release of political detainees, this is something that we can accept. Otherwise, we consider the resolution to be biased and we object to it. Thank you.
Colleagues, we are about to start voting on all the resolutions, but before we do that, much as our rules require that when a motion is presented and it's withdrawn, there is no right to reply or go against, but because a country has been mentioned specifically, I think it's only right for that country to reply since they have requested for the floor. Rwanda, you have the floor to reply to what DRC had said. Rwanda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, to give me this chance to talk about false allegations by the delegation of DRC against my country, Rwanda. In fact, the source of insecurity in the DRC stems from the lack of political will to address the root causes of the conflict. This is coupled with the ongoing collaboration between the government of DRC and its coalition of illegal armed groups. I recall that DRC has more than 200 armed groups. Chief among them is the FDLR, genocidal militia, a UN-sanctioned terror group who fled to the DRC in the direct aftermath of the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda, after killing more than 1 million of children, women, and men. This collaboration further aggravates violations of fundamental human rights of Congolese Rwandophones, especially Tutsi communities, and continues to pose a security threat to the whole region. The security in eastern DRC remains a particular concern to Rwanda as the country continues to experience the humanitarian pressure of more than 100,000 Congolese refugees in Rwanda since 1995. Rwanda believes that the solution to the conflict in the eastern DRC should be addressed by the leadership of DRC through dialogue rather than resorting to a ritual blame game playing. Deflecting attention onto Rwanda with false accusations that Rwanda is causing conflict to enrich itself with Congo's natural resources is a scapegoating strategy by the Kinshasa government. They are trying to cover up the true causes of the instability in their country, which are essentially security and governance failures. and the persecution of a part of the Congolese population who happens to live near the Rwandan border. Madam President, Rwanda reiterates its steadfast commitment to regional peace initiatives, including the Nairobi and the Luanda processes. Finally, the international community should press the DRC government to address the root causes of this conflict, to stop their support for genocidal FDLR and guarantee the safe and dignified return of Congolese refugees. Only then will there be a lasting peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. DRC, I have noted what you were saying, much as it wasn't on the microphone. It's because you mentioned the country specific, and so they have the right to reply. Yeah, but you won't mention them because you knew you were going to withdraw, and you still went ahead and mentioned them in a way that they found it wasn't fair for them. So it's only fair for the president to allow them to speak. DRC, you mentioned Rwanda. Rwanda had the right to reply, and that's what I have done. Okay, so we now proceed to vote on the 5 items, but I have been informed here that Israel has withdrawn their motion. So we remain with South Africa, Denmark, and Argentina and Guyana. So we have 3. Three. South Africa, Denmark, and So we have 3. The Secretary General will explain to us the process of voting. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. May we have some quiet in the room, please? Thank you. I think this is very important for the outcome of these deliberations. Madam President, you may wish to ask your colleagues to tone down their voice so we can explain this clearly for everyone to understand.
Hello, colleagues. Colleagues, please tone down the voice. You can still consult, but on a very low voice so that we understand each other how voting will be. Secretary General, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Let me explain that in accordance with Article 16.1 of the statutes, the Assembly shall vote by roll call. The number of votes allocated to each delegation is to be found in a document that I believe has been circulated to you. It is A/148/INF.2. That document is available to you. In any case, when my colleague proceeds to the roll call vote, she will be actually indicating the vote allocation for each group as they call for each parliament as they call them to vote. So delegations in arrears of more than 2 years of contributions are not entitled to vote under the provisions of Article 5.2 of the statutes, and those do not appear on that list that I have just referred to. So if you're in arrears of your contributions, don't expect to see a name on that list. Only delegates physically present in the plenary at the moment of the vote can take part in the vote. So there's no voting by proxy. The statutes provide that no single delegate can record more than 10 votes, and that's Article 15.3 of the statutes. This means that if a delegation is entitled to, for example, 21 or more votes, it will need the physical presence of at least 3 delegates in the room to cast its full entitlement of votes. To ensure that a diversity of views can be expressed through the vote, the statutes envisage the possibility of splitting the votes cast by a delegation on any given subject, and that is referenced in Article 15.3 of the statutes. If a delegation is entitled to a total of 15 votes, for example, it can register 6 votes in favor, 5 against, and 4 abstentions, or 10 in favor, 5 against, and so on. Vote splitting is not mandatory. The delegation may decide to cast all 15 of its votes for or against the motion. We now have, as Madam President has indicated, 3 proposals, 3 competing proposals for the emergency item before the Assembly. Instead of proceeding with a separate roll call vote on each of them, it is our practice to combine all votes into one round. For each proposal, the delegate must cast the full number of votes to which they are entitled. Taking the previously cited example, the delegation in question would thus need to cast all 15 of its votes on each proposal, but can of course split them to express diverse views. Madam President, I think that there's a video that will be displayed that will further explain the procedure that Ambassador Philip will follow now for the roll call vote. Thank you.
Can the video be put on, please?
Voting guide for emergency items during an assembly. Who can vote? To exercise their voting rights, member parliament delegations should not be in arrears of more than 2 years, should be registered on the list of participants, and physically in attendance at the time of the vote. Votes are held by roll call, and MPs must be present in the room at the time of the vote. Absence voids their ability to vote. Voting is based on a weighted system. Each IPU member parliament has a minimum of 10 votes. The basic 10-vote entitlement shall be reduced to 8 votes if a delegation is composed exclusively of parliamentarians of the same sex for 2 consecutive sessions. Delegations are entitled to additional votes based on the population of their country as shown in the following table. The number of votes allowed per delegation depends on the number of MPs present in the room at the time of the vote. 1 MP may cast a maximum of 10 votes, 2 MPs may cast a maximum of 20 votes, and 3 MPs are required to cast 21 votes or more. A delegation may split its vote entitlement to express the diverse views of its members. If a member parliament has 15 votes for an emergency item proposal, it may, for example, vote 6 in favor, 5 against, and 4 abstentions. In another emergency item proposal, it may choose to vote 10 votes in favor and 5 against. Please be reminded that for each proposal, members must use the full number of votes to which they are entitled. Delegations are requested to remain silent during the vote. For more information about the voting process, please scan the QR codes or visit the links presented here.
Thank you very much. I think now we are on the same page on how we are going to vote. And our secretariat is already there, ready to start calling the names. And she has prepared herself to begin with our Muslim colleagues. And then we will go like that. Ambassador Anda Philip, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would just kindly request that we try to keep the noise down in the room, and that if delegations can clearly cast their votes English, French, and Spanish, if possible, that will help expedite the process. Otherwise, my colleagues have their headphones and they will be listening to you as you cast your votes. We are indeed aware that this assembly coincides with a number of religious occasions and that we are actually right before the break of the Ramadan fast. So at the request of Madam President, we will be starting with the Muslim majority countries, beginning with Bahrain. And since we know that there's a lot of excitement involved with this vote, also a gentle reminder that right after the vote, you are cordially invited to the first floor, where the Swiss authorities are very generously offering a reception for all the delegates. So we will now start with the delegation of Bahrain. Bahrain, you have 11 votes. On the proposal from South Africa, please. Proposal by, just a moment, we're waiting for the red. If we can have Bahrain, please, the microphone on. Technicians, can we please turn on the mic for Bahrain?
Okay. On South Africa, 11 yes.
Denmark?
Denmark, 11 no.
Venezuela?
Venezuela, 11 no.
We're talking about the resolution regarding Venezuela. Thank you. This has been recorded. Bangladesh?
There are two of them in the room. There are two of them in the room. There are two delegates.
Okay, it's fine. They were just trying to check how many delegates are there. So they said they are all there. Go ahead, please.
We're just waiting for the microphone to turn on for Bangladesh. Bangladesh, you have 21 votes. On the proposal from South Africa, please.
21 for South Africa.
In favor?
In favor.
On the proposal from Denmark?
21 against Denmark.
On the proposal regarding Venezuela?
21 against.
Well noted. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Benin? Benin, I believe, is absent. Burkina Faso? I apologize. Bosnia? We'll wait for the microphone to turn on. Bosnia, you have 8 votes. On the proposal from South Africa, please.
4.
You have to cast.
In favor.
You have to cast all the 8 votes.
4.
So 8 in
4
favor.
in favor for the second proposal. Eight in favor for the first proposal, 8 in favor for the second proposal, and 8 against for the first proposal.
Thank you very much. Burkina Faso, 14 votes on the proposal from South Africa. Okay, just a moment. The microphone is on.
Afrique du Sud.
14 in favor. Denmark's proposal. And Venezuela against.
Cameroon, you have 14 votes. On the proposal for South Africa, please, how do you vote?
Oui, les trois, s'il vous plaît.
Abstentions on all 3 proposals. We continue with Chad. Chad. Délégation de Chad, vous avez 13 votes.
Chad, you have 13 votes. On the South African proposal, yes? In favor. We are in favor of the South African proposal. Have you heard me? Could you look towards me? On South Africa's proposal, Chad is in favor. You have 13 votes in favor of the South African proposal. Now, with respect to the proposal made by Denmark, how are you voting? Against. What about the proposal with respect to Venezuela? Opposed. Thank you.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Sur la proposition.
Côte d'Ivoire, on the South African proposal, 14 in favor. Denmark, 14 opposed. Venezuela, 14 opposed.
Djibouti, vous avez 11 voix.
Djibouti, you have 11 votes. May I take the floor? Yes, thank you. 11 in favor of the South African proposal. 11 opposed the Denmark proposal. 11 opposed to the Venezuelan proposal.
Egypt, you have 20 votes. On the proposal from South Africa, please.
All the 21 votes for South African proposal, and all the 21 votes against the other two proposals.
So 20 votes against Denmark, 20 votes against Venezuela. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Gabon, absent. Gambia, you have 11 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
11 votes in favor of South Africa.
Proposal by Denmark.
11 against.
In favor?
11 in favor of South Africa, 11 against Denmark, 11 against Venezuela.
Well noted. Thank you very much, the Gambia. Guinea, absent. Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau, you have 11 votes on the proposal from South Africa, please.
South Africa, we have 11 votes for.
Proposal by Denmark.
11 votes against.
Proposal by Venezuela.
7 for and 4 against.
Thank you. Guyana, Mr. Speaker, you have 10 votes. On the proposal, please, from South Africa, how would you like to cast your votes?
We supported South Africa. I'm supporting ourselves.
Do we really need to interrupt the vote?
No, we're ready.
Madam President, I believe there is a point of order.
From who, sorry?
I see the Russian Federation has the flag up.
Russian Federation, you have the floor for the point of order.
Thank you. My microphone, is it on?
Yeah.
A point of order. We describe the second proposal as proposal by Denmark, which is fair. But you keep describing the third proposal as a proposal by Venezuela. And you describe the answers against Denmark and then against Venezuela. It is not fair.
Thank you for that clarification.
Denmark and against or in favor Argentina, not Venezuela.
Thank you. So I'm going to say then, proposal by Argentina.
Okay, that's noted.
I think I had clarified that I was referring to the vote on the resolution proposal concerning Venezuela, but I will clarify. Mr. Speaker, from Guyana, you have 10 votes. On the proposal from South Africa, please.
On the proposal for South Africa, we have 10 votes, and we would cast that in favor.
Proposal by Denmark.
We would like to support Denmark also.
10 in favor. Proposal by Argentina.
And we support 10 votes for the Argentine resolution.
Thank you. We move on to Indonesia. Indonesia, you have 22. Can we please have quiet in the room? Indonesia, thank you. So you have 22 votes.
22 votes in favor for South Africa.
Proposal by Denmark.
22 votes against. Proposal from Denmark.
Proposal by Argentina.
Abstention, 22 votes.
22 abstentions. Thank you. Iran. Iran, you have 19 votes. On the proposal from South Africa, please.
19 votes in favor.
Proposal by Denmark.
19 votes against.
Proposal regarding by Argentina.
19 votes against.
Thank you. We move on to Iraq, who has 16 votes. On the proposal from South Africa, please.
بالنسبة للعراق جنوب أفريقيا 16 صوت مع جنوب أفريقيا.
16 votes in favor of the South African proposal, 16 votes against the Danish proposal, and 16 votes against the proposal by Argentina.
Pierre, is that okay? Yeah. We move on to Jordan. 13 votes on the proposal from South Africa, please. Jordan.
13 votes in favor with South African.
Proposal by Denmark.
For all other proposals. Against for all other proposals.
You're coming at the end. Yes. You're at the back of the room. Yes.
It's
Thank
okay.
you very much. This has been
Thank
well
you.
noted. Thank you, Jordan. Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, you have 13 votes. On the proposal from South Africa, please. Absent. Lebanon. Lebanon has 8 votes. On the proposal by South Africa, please.
We vote pour South Africa.
8 votes for South Africa, 8 opposed to the Danish proposal and the proposal by Argentina.
Do we have Libya in the room? Absent. Malaysia, 15 votes. On the proposal from South Africa.
Malaysia for South Africa, in favor.
Proposal by Denmark.
We abstain.
Proposal by Argentina.
In favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Maldives. Maldives, you have 10 votes. On the proposal from South Africa, please.
Votes in favor of South African proposal. 10 abstain Denmark's proposal, 10 abstain Argentina's proposal.
And proposal by Argentina? Abstention. Thank you. Mali, 1 MP. You have 10 votes, Mali, on the proposal from South Africa.
Nous votons oui.
We are in favor of the South African proposal. What about the Danish proposal? We are opposed. And Argentina, opposed.
Morocco. Le Maroc, vous avez 15.
Morocco, you have 15 votes. On the South African proposal, please. 15 in favor of the South African proposal, 15 votes opposed to the Danish proposal, and 15 opposed to the Argentinian proposal.
Mozambique, we move on to Mozambique. That you have 15 votes for South Africa, please.
Moçambique, 15 votos.
Well, 15 for South Africa, abstention concerning Denmark and Argentina, the 15 votes. Thank you.
Abstention on the last two proposals. Nigeria, 22 votes. On the proposal from South Africa, please.
On South Africa, Nigeria 22 against,
Proposal by Denmark,
22 for,
22 in favor. Proposal by Argentina.
22 against.
Thank you. Oman, 11 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
In favor with, yes, with South Africa.
Proposal by Denmark.
Against.
Proposal by Argentina.
Against.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pakistan, 22 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
22 in favor of South Africa.
Denmark.
22 against Denmark.
Argentina.
22 against Argentina.
Thank you, Pakistan. We move on to Palestine. You have 12 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
12 in favor.
Proposal by Denmark.
Against.
Proposal by Argentina.
Against.
Well noted. Thank you. Qatar has 9 votes on the proposal from South Africa.
9 votes with South Africa.
Proposal by Denmark.
9 votes against.
Proposal by Argentina.
9 votes against. Thank you.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia, 15 votes on the proposal by South Africa, please.
We would like to cast all 15 votes with the South African proposal.
Thank you. Proposal by Denmark.
15 votes against.
And proposal by Argentina.
Also 15 votes against.
Well noted.
Thank you.
Sierra Leone, 12 votes. Proposal by absent. Sierra Leone. Somalia, absent. Suriname. Do we have Suriname in the room?
Yes.
Yes. Suriname, you have 10 votes on the proposal from South Africa, please.
10 votes in favor.
Proposal by Denmark.
7 votes in favor and 3 against.
Proposal by Argentina.
5 votes in favor and 5 abstain.
Thank you. Syria, 14 votes.
14 صوتا لجنوب أفريقيا البند الأول.
15 votes in favor of South Africa, 14 against the proposal by Denmark, and 14 votes against the proposal by Argentina on Venezuela.
Tunisia, you have 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
اوكي 13 مع جنوب افريقيا 13 ضد الدنمارك و13 ضد مقترح الارجنتين.
Just a moment, we don't have translation. We will need to repeat, please. Tunisia.
13 مع مقترح جنوب افريقيا 13
in favor of the South African proposal, 13 opposed to the Danish proposal, and 13 opposed to the Argentinian proposal.
Thank you. Turkey. Turkey, you have 19 votes. Please.
19 votes in favor.
Proposal by Denmark.
19 votes abstention.
Proposal by Argentina.
19 votes against.
Thank you. Uganda. Do we have Uganda in the room?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. Turkmenistan is... Do we have Turkmenistan in the room? No, absent. We move on to Uganda with 16 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
16 votes.
In favor?
In favor.
Proposal by Denmark.
Abstain.
Proposal by Argentina.
Against, 16.
Thank you.
Against.
Noted. United Arab Emirates, 12 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
Yes, 12 votes for South Africa.
Proposal by Denmark.
12 votes for Denmark.
Proposal by Argentina.
12 votes against.
Thank you. Uzbekistan, absent. Yemen. Yemen, you have 13 votes on the proposal by South Africa, please.
13 صوت مؤيد لاقتراح جنوب أفريقيا.
13 in favor of the South African proposal. 13 against the Denmark's proposal, and 13 against Argentina's proposal.
Thank you. We move on to Albania. Albania absent. Algeria, 16 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
16 صوت نعم لمقترح جنوب أفريقيا، 16 صوت لا للدنمارك، و16 صوت لا للأرجنتين.
I don't think we have interpretation. Just a moment, please. If we can get the interpretation for Algeria. I'm afraid we need to do this again. Can you hear the interpretation now? We need the interpretation from Arabic, please.
16 voix pour la proposition.
26 in favor of South Africa.
Beaucoup, c'est bien noté. Donc, Algérie pour la proposition d'Afrique du Sud contre Danemark et Argentine. Azerbaijan, 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa. You have to do it from your seat.
13 votes in favor of South African proposal. 13 votes abstain in respect of Danish proposal, and 13 votes against in respect of Argentinian proposal.
Thank you. Now we come back to the front of the room and we resume the countries with the B in alphabetical order. Bahamas I see is absent. We go to Belgium. Belgium, you have 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
13 against.
Proposal by Denmark.
13 in favor.
Argentina.
13 against.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bolivia, 13 votes. Bolivia. Proposal by South Africa. Bolivia, can you please tell us on the proposal from South Africa, how do you vote?
Sí, Bolivia.
As follows for Bolivia. 5 against South Africa and 8 in favor. Denmark. 5 in favor, 8 abstentions. Argentina, 5 in favor and 8 abstentions.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Botswana, 11 votes. Botswana, on the proposal from South Africa, please.
11 for South Africa.
11 in favor. Proposal by Denmark.
11 against.
Proposal by Argentina.
11 against.
Thank you, Botswana. Brazil has 22 votes.
Brazil.
I'm just looking to see where Brazil is. Yes, thank you. Brazil, on the proposal from South Africa, please.
A proposta da 20 votos a favor.
20 in favor of South Africa.
Abstenção.
Abstention.
By Argentina.
Abstenção.
Abstention.
Thank you.
Abstention and abstention.
Thank you.
Bulgaria. Brazil had 22 votes. Yes. 22 votes. The full allocation of votes have been cast. Bulgaria, you have 10 votes on the proposal from South Africa, please.
10 votes on the proposal of South Africa, 10 votes on the proposal of Denmark, and 10 against the proposal of Argentina.
Thank you. Burundi, 13 voix, s'il vous plaît. La proposition.
13 votes Burundi, South Africa. 13 in favor of South African proposal. Abstention for Denmark and abstention for Argentina. Thank you.
Cabo Verde, you have 10 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
Ten in favor. Denmark, 10 in favor, and Argentina, 10 abstentions.
Cambodia, 13 votes, please. On South Africa.
Cambodia, 13 votes in favor for South Africa proposal. 13 votes in favor for Denmark proposal, and 13 votes in abstention for Argentine proposal. It's clear?
Well noted, very clear. Thank you, Cambodia. We move on to Canada. 15 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
15 votes against the South African proposal.
Denmark.
15 votes in favor of the Danish proposal.
Argentina.
15 votes in abstention for the Argentinian.
Well noted. Thank you, Canada. Chile, 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
2 in favor, 5 abstentions, and 6 against. Danish proposal.
Proposal by Denmark.
11 in favor, 2 abstentions.
And proposal by Argentina.
11 in favor, and 2 abstentions.
Well noted, thank you. China, you have 23 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
For South Africa, 23 in favor.
Proposal by Denmark.
For Denmark, 20 against, 3 abstention.
Proposal by Argentina.
For Argentina, 23 against.
Well noted, thank you. Croatia, you have 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please. I don't see Croatia in the room. We move on to Cuba. Cuba, you have 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
13 in favor of South Africa.
Mark?
13 abstentions. 13 abstentions.
Thank you. Cyprus, 11 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
5 in favor, 6 abstention. For Denmark, 6 in favor, 5 abstentions. And for Argentina, 3 against, 8 abstention. Thank you.
Well noted, thank you. Czech Republic has 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
South Africa, 13 votes against.
Proposal by Denmark.
13 votes in favor.
Proposal by Argentina.
13 votes against.
Thank you. Democratic Republic of the Congo, 19 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please. Vous avez 19 voix.
19 votes. South Africa. Democratic Republic of Congo, 19 votes in favor of South African proposal, 19 abstentions on Denmark, and 19 against Argentina's proposal.
Bien noté, merci. Denmark, 12 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
12 against South Africa.
Denmark.
12 in favor of ourselves.
And Argentina.
12 against Argentina.
Thank you. Dominican Republic. Absent. Ecuador. Ecuador, you have 10 votes on the proposal from South Africa, please.
Sí.
Thank you. 10 in favour of the South African proposal, 10 abstentions on the Argentine proposal, and 10 abstentions for Denmark.
On the proposal from Argentina, it is abstention. Ecuador, if that is correct. Ecuador, abstention on the proposal by Argentina. Yes.
That's right, abstention for Argentina, and Ecuador did not sign the document.
Equatorial Guinea, 11 votes. Equatorial Guinea, proposal by South Africa, please.
Sí, sobre la...
Yes, on the South African proposal, 11 votes in favour. Denmark, 11 abstentions. And Argentina, 11 abstentions.
Well noted, thank you. Estonia, you have 11 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
11 votes against.
Proposal by Denmark.
11 votes in favor.
Proposal by Argentina.
11 votes abstention.
Well noted, thank you. Eswatini, you have absent. Ethiopia. Ethiopia, you have 20 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
Abstention for the proposal of South Africa.
Denmark.
Abstention.
And Argentina.
Abstention.
Thank you. Abstention. Fiji. Do we have Fiji in the room? Fiji. I don't see Fiji in the room. We move to Finland. Finland, you have 12 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
12 votes against.
Proposal by Denmark.
10 votes against, 2 in favor.
And proposal by Argentina.
12 votes in favor.
Thank you. La France, this...
France, 18 votes on South Africa.
Please.
18 against. 18 for Denmark. And 18 abstentions on Argentina.
Georgia. Georgia, we have 11 votes. For South Africa, please.
For South African proposal, 11 abstentions.
Denmark.
11 in favor.
Argentina.
11 in favor.
Thank you, Georgia. We move to Germany. You have 19 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
19 against.
Denmark.
19 in favor.
Argentina.
19 abstention.
Thank you. Ghana, you have 15 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
15 in favor of South Africa.
Denmark.
15 in favor of Denmark.
Proposal by Argentina.
15 abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you. Greece, 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
13 votes against.
Denmark.
13 votes in favor,
Argentina?
13 votes against.
Thank you. Guatemala? Absent. Hungary, you have 12 votes. You have 10 votes.
Hungary?
Proposal by South Africa, please.
South Africa against.
Denmark?
For Denmark, 10 in favor,
Proposal by Argentina?
10 abstentions.
Thank you. Iceland, you have 10 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
10 against.
Proposal by Denmark?
10 in favor.
Proposal by Argentina?
10 against.
Thank you.
Thank you.
India has 23 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
23 votes abstention.
Proposal by Denmark?
23 votes in favor.
Proposal by Argentina?
23 votes abstention.
Thank you. Ireland has 12 votes.
Madam Chairperson, 4 for South Africa, 8 abstain, 12 for Denmark, and 12 abstain on Argentina motion. Thank you.
So 12 abstentions South Africa, 12 in favor Denmark, 12 abstention.
No, sorry.
Please excuse me.
4 for, 8 abstain in the South Africa. Isn't that right?
Yeah.
And how many in favor? The total needs to be 12.
4 for, 8 abstain. That makes 12.
Okay, so it's 4 in favor and 8 abstention. Proposal by Denmark?
For, in favor.
And proposal by Argentina?
12 abstain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mille buekas.
Argentina, Israel, 12 votes. Israel.
12 against South Africa.
Denmark.
12 abstain.
Argentina.
12 abstain.
Thank you. Italy, 17 votes. Proposal by South Africa. 1 MP, you have 10 votes, Italy. Proposal by South Africa.
10 against.
Proposal by Denmark.
10 in favor.
And Argentina.
10 in favor.
Thank you. Japan. Japan, you have 20 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
20 abstention.
Proposal by Denmark.
20 in favor.
Proposal by Argentina.
20 abstention.
Noted. Thank you. Kenya has 17 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
17 votes for the proposal by South Africa.
Denmark?
Abstain, 17 votes.
And Argentina?
17 votes, abstain.
Thank you. Laos, you have 12 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
12 in favor.
Proposal by Denmark.
By Denmark, abstention.
Proposal by Argentina.
Venezuela, abstention.
Thank you. Latvia, 11 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
Yeah, 11 votes against South Africa.
Denmark.
11 votes in favor.
Argentina.
11 votes against.
Thank you. Lesotho, you have 11 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
11 votes for South Africa.
Denmark.
We abstain on Denmark.
Argentina.
We abstain on Argentina as well.
Thank you. Liberia. Absent. Liechtenstein. You have 10 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
10 votes against South Africa.
Denmark.
10 votes in favor.
Lithuania, you have 11 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
11 against.
Denmark.
11 in favor.
Argentina.
11 abstention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Luxembourg, 10 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
10 against the proposal of South Africa.
Denmark.
10 in favor of Denmark.
Argentina.
And 10 abstention for the proposal of Argentina.
Thank you. Madagascar, 14 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
For Madagascar, abstentions on the 3 proposals.
For all 3 proposals. Malta, 8 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
Yes.
I'm looking to see where Malta is.
Okay,
yes,
we are here.
see you. Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
So, 8 votes in favor.
Denmark.
8 votes in favor.
Argentina.
8 votes against.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Speaker. Did I jump Malawi? Yes, my apologies. Malawi, you have 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
13 abstentions for South Africa.
Denmark.
13 votes in favor.
Thank you. Argentina.
13 abstentions.
Thank you, Malawi. We move to Mexico. Mexico, you have 20 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
Para Sudáfrica.
10 in favor of South Africa and 10 against. (20 in favor of the Danish proposal, 10 in favor and 10 abstentions for the Argentina proposal.
Monaco, 10 votes. Absent. Mongolia, absent. Montenegro. Montenegro, you have 10 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
10 votes abstention.
Denmark.
10 votes for.
Argentina.
7 votes for and 3 abstention.
Thank you. Namibia, 11 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
In favor.
11 in favor. Proposal by Denmark.
Against.
And Argentina.
Abstention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Nepal, 15 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
Abstention in South Africa.
Denmark.
Denmark, 15 in favor of Denmark.
And Argentina.
Abstention in Argentina.
Thank you. Netherlands, 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
All votes against.
Denmark.
All votes in favor.
Argentina.
All votes against.
Thank you. New Zealand, 12 votes. New Zealand on the proposal from South Africa, please.
Yeah. 12 votes against.
Proposal by Denmark.
12 votes in favour.
And Argentina.
12 votes against.
Thank you, New Zealand. Norway, 12 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
Against.
Proposal by Denmark.
10 in favor, 2 against.
Proposal by Argentina.
12 abstain.
Thank you. Paraguay. Do we have Paraguay in the room? It appears not. Peru. Peru, yes, thank you. Peru, you have 15 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
15 against the South African proposal. 15 in favor of Denmark. And 15 in favor of Argentina.
We go to Philippines, 20 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
20 votes in favor, South Africa.
20 votes in favor of Denmark, and 20 votes abstention in Argentina.
Thank you. Well noted. Poland. Where is Poland in the room? I see Poland, yes. 15 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
15 against.
Proposal by Denmark.
15 in favor.
Argentina.
15 against.
Thank you, Poland. Portugal has 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
13 against. Dinamarca. 13 in favor. 13 against.
Korea, 17 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
17 votes in favor for the proposal by Denmark, 17 votes in favor for the proposal by Argentina, 17 votes in favor.
Romania, we go to Romania, 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
13 votes against.
Denmark.
13 votes in favor.
Argentina.
13 votes against.
Thank you. Well noted. Russian Federation, 20 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
20 votes in favor.
Proposal by Denmark.
20 votes against.
Proposal by Argentina.
20 votes against.
Thank you. Well noted. We're almost there. One more page. Rwanda, 10 votes. Rwanda absent. San Marino, 10 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
Thanks. 10 votes against for the resolution of South Africa. 10 votes in favor for the resolution of Denmark, and 10 votes against for the last resolution. Thanks.
Thank you. Sao Tome and Principe. By South Africa, please.
10 abstentions for each proposal.
Proposals. Thank you. Serbia has, no, absent. Seychelles. Do we have the Seychelles in the room? Yes. You have 10 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
10 in favor.
Denmark.
10 against.
Argentina.
10 against.
Thank you. Singapore, you have 12 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
Abstain.
Denmark.
In favor.
Argentina.
Abstain.
Thank you. Slovakia, 10 votes. Proposal by South Africa. Absent. We move on to Slovenia with 11 votes. Proposal on South Africa.
Eleven votes against.
Denmark.
11 votes in favor.
Argentina.
11 votes against.
Thank you. South Africa, you have 17 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
In favor of the proposal by South Africa and against the proposal by Denmark, and abstain for the proposal by Argentina.
Thank you, South Africa. Well noted. South Sudan has 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa. Absent. Spain, 16 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
Thank you. 16 against South Africa. 16 in favor of Denmark. 16 in favor of Argentina.
Well noted. Thank you. Sri Lanka, absent. Sweden, 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
Madam, against 13 votes. Denmark, In favor, 13 votes. Argentina, against, 13 votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Switzerland. Switzerland, you have 12 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
12 votes against South Africa, 12 votes in favor of Denmark, and 12 votes against the Argentina position.
Well noted, thank you. Thailand. Thailand is in the room.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
South Africa, 18 abstention. Denmark, 18 in favor. Venezuela, 18 abstention.
Well noted, thank you. Timor-Leste, 11 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
Timor-Leste. All three proposals. Thank you.
Tonga, you have 10 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
South Africa, 10 votes in favor. Denmark, 10 votes in favor. Argentinians, 10 votes, abstentions.
Thank you, Tonga. Trinidad and Tobago, absent. Ukraine, 16 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
All abstained.
Denmark,
16 in favor.
Argentina,
16 in favor.
thank you, Ukraine. United Kingdom, 18 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
18 votes against.
Denmark,
18 votes in favor.
Argentina,
18 votes in favor.
thank you. Tanzania, 18 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
18 votes in favor.
Denmark,
18 votes abstention.
Argentina,
18 votes abstention.
thank you. Uruguay, Uruguay, you have 11 votes. Uruguay. Yes, thank you. On the proposal from South Africa, please.
11 abstentions. 11 in favor. 9 in favor, 2 opposed.
Thank you. We go to Vietnam with 19 votes. Proposal by South Africa. Absent. Zambia, 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
Okay. On the proposal by South Africa, 13 votes in favor.
Denmark.
13 votes against.
Argentina.
13 votes against.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Zimbabwe, 13 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
13 votes in support of South Africa.
Denmark.
Abstention.
Argentina.
Abstention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Andorra, 10 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
Dubois contre.
10 opposed. 10 in favor. 10 opposed.
See. Angola, 15 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
15 votes in favor.
Thank you. Denmark.
15 abstention and 15 abstention for Argentina too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Argentina, you have 8 votes. Proposal by South Africa, please.
8 votos en contra.
8 opposed. 8 in favor. 8 votes in favor.
Armenia, 11 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
11 votes for South Africa. 10 votes
for Denmark, and 11 votes for Argentina. Thank you.
So you have 11 votes. For Denmark, you are casting those 11 votes.
For Denmark, 10 for and 1 abstention.
10 for and 1 abstention. Thank you. And the last one on Argentina. Armenia, on the third proposal submitted by Argentina, it was?
11 for.
11 in favor. Thank you, Armenia.
Thank you.
Australia, 14 votes. Proposal by South Africa.
14 against.
Denmark.
14 for.
Argentina.
14 abstain.
And then the last country I have on my list is Austria. Austria, you have 12 votes on the proposal from South Africa, please.
12 against.
Proposal by Denmark.
12 in favor.
And proposal by Argentina.
12 in favor.
Thank you very much. Now, I have been informed that Indonesia would like to correct their vote. So we will go back to Indonesia.
Yes, we will repeat 22 in favor of South Africa, 22 against Denmark, 22 against Argentina.
Thank you, that's well noted. Have all delegations cast their votes? That appears to be the case. Madam President, I believe that the vote can be considered closed.
Thank you so much, Anna. Now, as the procedure requires us to count the votes and then inform you which one has actually reached the 2/3 as required by our rules. Please bear with us when the Secretariat is trying to complete the counting. Then we will know whether tomorrow we will be having the debate on the emergency item or not. And while we are at that, just to remind all of you delegates that we will be reconvening tomorrow at 9 a.m. And as the counting is going on, we can only hope that all is well and we will have the debate from 9 a.m. in the morning. If not, the next announcements will have to wait for the vote so that we know if we will have the debate on the emergency item or not. So please bear with us. Just a few minutes, we will complete the exercise. Okay, colleagues, we have the results with us, and I will read them as they have been presented to me. The first, we will go in the order that they were presented. Raising awareness of the ICJ provisional measures for Israel in relation to Palestine in Gaza, which was presented by South Africa. Positive votes, 904. Negative votes, 470. Abstentions, 237. Total of yes and no votes is 1,374. 2/3 of the votes cast were supposed to be 916, and I don't know what you're clapping about, because the specified majority of 2/3 has not been attained. Should I reread, or you have understood? Okay, positive votes, 904. Negative votes, 470. Abstentions, 237. Total of yes and no votes, 1,374. For the South African motion to have moved forward, according to the 2/3 requirement, we needed 916 votes, which is not there. We go to the vote. Well, these are the results. I'm only presenting them to you. Now we have the results for call for urgent action regarding the conflict in the Middle East, which was presented by Denmark. Positive votes, 778. Negative votes, 471. Abstentions, 362. Total of yes and no votes, 1,249. 2/3 of the votes cast was supposed to be 833. So this motion also hasn't gone through. We go to the free, fair, and transparent elections in Venezuela, which was presented by Argentina plus other countries. Positive votes, 225. Negative votes, 760. Abstentions, 626. Total of yes and no votes, 985. 2/3 of the votes cast, 657. The specified majority of 2/3 hasn't been attained. Now, I think at this point, considering what I said in the beginning before we started voting, we all have ourselves to blame for having failed to reach a consensus on simple words that could have been worked out in the drafting committee. We have ourselves to blame once again. See you tomorrow at 9. We will continue with the general debate. There'll be no debate on the emergency item. Thank you.